Ladies and gentlemen, here is another check of the program changes with one or two additions to what we had earlier. Race 1 coming up in 25 minutes with 50-cent pick 5 wagering. Scratch number 5, White Star Line. Number 5 is scratched. Joel Rosario rides number 9, Less is Best. Rosario on number 9. Scratch 13, Added Touch. Number 13 is out. Race 2 with 50-cent pick 4 wagering. Scratch 13, Veronica for the win. Number 13 out of the second. Race 3, we needed a jockey for number 8, Birdie Rose. It will be Sophie Doyle. Sophie Doyle taking the mount on number 8, Birdie Rose. And number 10, Fancy Cabernet, has Ben Curtis. Ben Curtis on number 10. Race 4 with 50-cent pick 5 wagering. Scratch the also eligibles, 13 through 16. The 5th race with pick 4 wagering. Scratch number 2, Crimsona. Scratch 9, Bells of Maranello. 2 and 9 are scratched. Number 13, Epic Style, will run. Scratch the other also eligibles, 14, 15 and 16. The 6th race, scratch the also eligibles, 13 through 16. The 7th, the Mountain Dew Bowling Green Gold Cup Invitational with $1 pick 6 wagering. There is a pick 6 spanning races 7 through 12. Scratch number 6, Lord Eddard Stark, and 8, Freedom's Way. 6 and 8 from the 7th. Race 8 with 50-cent pick 5 wagering is the Never Say Die Ladies Turf Sprint. All clear. The 9th, opening another 50-cent pick 4, is the Mint Kentucky Turf Sprint. Scratch number 3, One Timer. Number 3 comes out. 13, Axtelm, will run with Brian Hernandez. Brian Hernandez to ride number 13. Junior Alvarado will be on the 7 horse, Arrest Me Red. Brian Hernandez picks up the mount on number 13, who draws into the field. Also scratch 14 and 15. The 10th is the DK Horse Nashville Derby Invitational. Scratch 13 and 14. The also eligibles are scratched. Race 11, the Resolute Racing Ladies Turf. Number 8, Landed, is a late scratch. Number 8, Landed, is out of the 11th race. The 12th, with 50-cent Super High 5 wagering. Number 4, Drop Shot, to be ridden by Irad Ortiz. Irad Ortiz Jr. on number 4. Scratch number 10, Island Town. Number 12, Chester Good, to be ridden by Ron Hisby. Corrected weight 119. Ron Hisby on number 12 at 119 pounds. Number 13, Like Water, will run. Scratch 14, 15 and 16. The turf is firm with the rail at 25 feet, in from 50 feet on opening day. They're on lane 2 at 25 feet. For a 12-race program today, we welcome you to Kentucky Downs. We thank you for playing from around the country. And we wish you the very best of luck.
There's no doubt that Kentucky breds, are number one. It's a great program, bottom line. I think it's the best in the country by far.
Horse raised in Kentucky is an advantage.
You talk about the Kentucky breeding program, I think it's immeasurably the best.
They've got the best mares and the best stallions there in the state.
The great ground they're raised on here in central Kentucky, it seems to be the best.
The purses that the Kentucky breds are now running for matches how dominant they are.
Experience it all in one place at the Mint Gaming Hall, Kentucky Downs. Enjoy a night out and exquisite dining at Iron Steakhouse. Sip crafted cocktails while enjoying live music at Midnight Bourbon. Keep the fun going with the latest games and live entertainment, or make it a sleepover and stay at our all-suite hotel. Looking to host an event? Check out our versatile spaces, all just 30 minutes from downtown Nashville. The Mint Gaming Hall, Kentucky Downs.
Winning just got closer.
DK Horse is your ticket to the track this season with enough bet types to have you champing at the bit. Jumping into the saddle is simple. Just choose a track from hundreds around the world. Pick your favorite horses and take advantage of daily promos. Plus, this great offer. Then you can watch the races right on DK Horse, so you won't miss a second with America's #1 downloaded horse betting app. Giddy up. The crown is yours.
Good afternoon and welcome to another day in paradise, also known as Kentucky Downs. We are thrilled to be with you on this historic day of racing with absolutely ideal conditions. I'm Caitlin Bradar. I'll be joined by Jess Stafford throughout the afternoon to guide you through these fascinating races. And what a kickoff we had on Thursday, with very formful racing that can change quickly, as those of you who follow Kentucky Downs know very well, but favorites winning or second choices in all of the races on opening day. Of course, Jose Ortiz taking a quick control of the jockey standings with 4 wins, but again with added pressure, added stakes, and more top horsemen from ever coming in for today's record-breaking card, with the $3.5 million Nashville Derby coming up in race 10. We'll talk more about that a little later on, but right now we'll get things started with Jess Stafford in the paddock.
Thank you, Kate. And yeah, beautiful day, as you say. Aren't we so lucky, so blessed to be here on such a beautiful sunny day, and looking forward to a huge amount of purses, a lot on offer, and the horses already here in the paddock looking great and nice and relaxed for our opener. And Kate rightly pointed out the success already of Jose Ortiz, who's going to be on board, likely favorite horse number 10, who's just getting saddled at the moment for trainer Joe Sharp, who's already been on the scoreboard as we highly anticipated. And this horse running game looks to have a very obvious chance, and just having a good eye on her now, just being very relaxed. And this will be her 3rd start. And I think that this horse has just got that improving profile. She'll likely go forward despite that slightly wide draw in 10, and as we say, we know the yard does well here, and the 2 winners have come from that Churchill Downs run from the last time out, and she posted a high figure compared to some of the others in the field, so no surprise to see her attracting a lot of support. We'll see her come out of her saddling barn. And another couple that have taken my eye as they walk around, number 4, Champagne Brunt for Safi Joseph, Tyler Gaffalione on board. This horse, a gun runner filly, and has been mixing up both the dirt and the turf. And the stats on the turf I thought were pretty good. 3rd and a 2nd. I had this horse high up on my list, although slightly easier to back now, just getting a little bit cold. But you can see number 4, if you can see her coming past us, she's a lovely big type, a sizable type. There are a few of that same ilk and mold, and you hope that they'll be able to go around the bends here okay and deal all right with their surroundings, really. Horse number 3, Poverty with a View, is one that already knows how to take a place around here, having come 3rd this time last year. So comes back to a track that she's already fared pretty well at. As we can see in the paddock, that's just stepped out of her boxes, horse number 2. That's Arctic Velocity at a big price, and just finishing touches coming on her.
She does look like she's giving her connections a little bit of fuss, but that isn't all that unusual here at Kentucky Downs, with the wide open spaces and a very different type of format than most of our North American horses are accustomed to. Jess, my top pick was the 1 in the Stars, who's coming off a 60-day freshening, but did run very well at Churchill Downs on the grass back in May in the spring. Really caught my eye back then, and from my vantage point overlooking the paddock, looks to be in fit condition. I also like the fact that she seems very calm and relaxed. She will need a little bit of luck as far as trip is concerned, though, as she won't necessarily be up on the lead. I think a couple others might show a little bit more speed.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it, Kate? In the early pace, where's that going to come from? I assume the 10, the 3 and the 4 likely to go forward. How will that benefit the 1 and Irad Ortiz looking to try and stalk and be up on the pace? But yeah, I agree. What did you make of that turf run 2 starts ago and the form that's come out of it? It looked like a quite highly competitive type of race.
Agreed. I thought that holds up with anything anybody else has run here so far, and the fact that she went a mile does help her case a bit. I was with you about the 10 running game. I thought she was very interesting, and of course, with some turn of foot out of the gate, that may give her an edge. If yesterday was any indication, the majority of the races were won by horses on or very close to the early pace. It's worth noting that in at least one of the sprint races, we saw a horse come from as much as 4 lengths off the pace. So it can be done, but I'm going to lean in towards speed to start the day. And then the outside horse, Athena's Secret, I don't know if you got a look at her at all, but she's a debuting daughter of American Pharaoh and a half-sister to a really nice dirt horse by the name of Emery, out of a stakes-winning mare, Athena, who's by Street Sense. That American Pharaoh Street Sense line we've seen in a lot of the winning horses' pedigrees here at Kentucky Downs. I like her. I also like the fact that she's drawn to the outside, since there's plenty of time with that mile run on this course for her to get some position. But you get better odds with Bill Mott's first-timers because that's not necessarily his forte. That said, he can certainly win with first-time starters, and they usually pay pretty generously.
Yeah, look, I'm having a really good look at her horse 12, Athena Secret. She's right by me. She is a big girl, and maybe she's just taken that little bit of time, hence why we haven't seen her on the racetrack until now, but she's looking super calm, very relaxed and happy on her first day out at school on such a big occasion. But as you say, a breeding of note in terms of American Pharaoh in general on the turf. I will lean to you more in terms of what you've seen, but from the down perspective, as you say, that hints that this horse will be able to take to the turf on first start.
It's interesting because obviously with the Triple Crown winner, Athena's Secret sire, American Pharaoh, is best known for dirt horses and for the mark he made on the dirt. But here at Kentucky Downs, he is among the top sires, right with Twirling Candy, not far behind. So it might just be this particular course, or perhaps the fact that there's a little turf somewhere in there that combines with the stamina element that lends itself to success here with that pedigree line. So that's kind of always drawing my attention with the American Pharaoh offspring here at this particular meet on the turf, not necessarily other places. The last horse, pedigree-wise, I was intrigued with is the 8, El Zane. She's a daughter of Medaglia d'Oro out of a really neat mare, Center Court. Andrew McKeever trains this one. We're going to see another offspring from Center Court later today, but Navratilova is in this pedigree. There has been success on the turf. I think she's well bred for it. How did she strike you coming off this long layoff? She's been away since February.
Yeah, exactly. First start for the new yard, midfield on the 2 starts for Brendan Walsh, and you'd have to think that maybe she's just going to come on from the run. Just having a look at her here, she's looking well enough in herself, but and fit. Got the blinkers on, but a type that definitely might just need it. This will be a competitive race. They'll go hard, so she'll come forward from it, whatever the case.
It will indeed. The 2-1 favorite as they head out, the 10. That is running a game, and as we get this started, a reminder that there is a pick 5 beginning with this race 1. There is a middle pick 5 that starts with race 4, and a third pick 5 on race 8. The pick 6 begins race 7, so many chances, so little time as they head out, just 6 minutes to post. Best of luck and enjoy this wonderful afternoon.
The field is parading for the first. A 1 mile maiden for fillies and mares. Scratch 5 White Star Line and 13 Added Touch. The rider of number 9 Less is Best, Joel Rosario. 50-cent pick 5 wagering. Ladies and gentlemen, the best turned out horse for this opening race is number 10, Running Game. Congratulations to groom Elmer Gonzalez. Approaching the gate. Moving into line for the opener. In the Stars comes up. First mount of the meet for Gerard Ortiz Jr. Take note of this, and El Zane ready. Arctic Velocity comes up. Poverty with a View, Less is Best. Champagne Brunch and Running Game the next couple. Running Game heading the wagering. Currently 9-5. Here comes Tricky Kitty. Along Comes a Woman will be second last in. Athena's Secret, the lone first-time starter to complete the line. 1 mile for the fillies. In the Saturday opener, day 2 at Kentucky Downs, about to commence. Racing. Champagne Brunch, despite the removal of blinkers, beats them out of the gate and is showing sharp early pace. Poverty with a View going quickly, and Running Game is up handy out wider on the course. Arctic Velocity in the Stars along the inside. El Zane beginning to push forward, gets to third. And up there too in that group is Take Note of This as they take the right-hand dip down the turn to the 5/8 pole, and at Champagne Brunch on the inside. And Poverty with a View. Champagne Brunch has the lead from Poverty with a View. Running Game moving up to second. Along Comes a Woman out wide, sweeping forward in the purple colours. El Zane splits horses 2.5 lengths off the pace. A gap of 5 lengths to In the Stars, travelling solo midfield. 4 lengths clear of Less is Best, who's on the inside as they come down towards the 3/8 pole. Out wider is Athena's Secret in the black cap. Take Note of This splits horses. Tricky Kitty as well astern. Arctic Velocity trails as they reach the top of the stretch with 5/16 of a mile to go. Champagne Brunch is the narrow leader, pressed by Running Game. Wider out comes Along Comes a Woman, and even deeper out In the Stars is starting to come home strongly. Wider still, Tricky Kitty, Less is Best. They're all making ground out very wide. Take Note of This also. It's In the Stars getting to the lead mid-stretch. Tricky Kitty, Take Note of This, Less is Best, all battling home well, but In the Stars is going to give Gerard Ortiz a win with his first appearance at the meet. In the Stars is streaking away, putting up a 6-length margin, greeting the judges over Tricky Kitty, Less is Best, and fourth home was Take Note of This. Unofficially 1697 on the first. In the Stars, beating Tricky Kitty, less is best, and take note of this, in the time of 1:33.52 seconds. In the Stars is a Bay Filly 3 by Into Mischief from the Curlin Dam, Stellar Wind. She was bred in Kentucky by Opendale, Chelston and Wynett, is owned by G. Watts Humphrey Jr. Rusty Arnold is the winning trainer. Irad Ortiz Jr., the winning jockey. Rusty Arnold saddled an exacta in the 8th race on opening day. Mackinac over Sapphire Beach, and strikes with the first winner this Saturday. The result is official. Placings officially 1697. In the second race, scratch number 13, Veronica for the win. There is 50-cent pick 4 wagering. 23 minutes to post.
From humble beginnings to royal accolades, the never say die spirit lives in us all. Never say die bourbon.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Well, off to a flying start. Nairad Ortiz wasting little time in trying to go after his brother Jose on the lead for top jockey here at Kentucky Downs. Very nice middle move from the winner in the Stars to kick things off for trainer Rusty Arnold, his second winner of the meet. Moving to this second race, we go a mile on the turf with maiden 2-year-old fillies and a couple horses vying for favoritism right now, the 2 and the 4. The 4 has a slight edge. That is Ontology. I kind of went in a different direction altogether. Remember, 2 first-time starters were able to win quite impressively yesterday, on opening day here, and that was the case last year at Kentucky Downs as well, with first-time starters faring very well. So the 12 Conceit, I thought, was an interesting first-timer for Brad Cox, with Juddmonte Farms homebred daughter of not this time a full sister to Final Gambit, who competed well in the Kentucky Derby and will be back on the grass later today in the Nashville Derby. Conceit is currently 4-1 on the board. Brad Cox with a couple of wins yesterday on opening day, including a first-time starter. Just Stafford in the paddock, I'm wondering your observations on the 12 Conceit, because boy, I liked what I thought of her workouts and her workout pattern here.
It's not one. Yeah, it's a nice move to see her here on her first start. Obviously, big prize fund, and we know that Final Gambit himself took a couple of starts to get the first win, but you've got to respect the pedigree and the barn and what Brad Cox can do with first-time out types. And just having a closer look at her here, she's looking well in herself and hoping that she can take to the unusual layout here for your first time out, and she's got that wide draw too, so she's going to have to be able to cope with the bends and show herself to be pretty professional. I thought Caton, against some horses which do have some good level of form, you know, you've mentioned number 2, La Dolce Vita, who I thought ran a perfectly respectable race over 5 furlongs on first time start, and 4 Ontology also ran a pretty decent race. And as I just mentioned, that La Dolce Vita just getting a little worked up as they come around again. But how do you feel the form is of those horses that have had the runs? Is that enough to put those maiden horses with a bit of a challenge up against them?
It sort of depends. I think with La Dolce Vita, she was well meant on debut and was not able to get the job done. I'm more concerned about the stretch out for her, given her early speed than I am the competition that she tackled. I just have a hunch she could get just a little too quick on the front end, and that might be her undoing. I know a horse you and I both liked a bit, the 11 Bohemian for Joe Sharp. I thought biggest asset was the fact that she could sit a stalking trip. She's another that raced pretty well at Gulfstream Park. We did not see any winners on opening day that had raced in their prior starts at Gulfstream, but I wouldn't be shocked to see that change. And I thought Bohemian, well, I mean, when it's trainer Joe Sharp, you are going to give them an extra look for sure.
Certainly, you can, striking grey, daughter of essential quality. I agree with you, really improved on the second start on turf when with Jack Sisterton, now obviously with Joe Sharp, just failed to get up at Gulfstream last time. I thought the longer straight and that extra furlong should help. What did you make of her running style to, as you say, Gulfstream hasn't exactly been an obvious place as a pitcher into here, but the longer straight, could that actually help her here?
I think it could. I really do. And I think the fact that she goes from a 2-turn, 7.5 furlong race to essentially a very long, elongated 1-turn for the mile at this point. But I think she's going to be a filly that can go a little bit farther than she's gone before. The 4 Ontology, we should mention as the favorite second-time starter for Brendan Walsh. I was a little surprised to see the early money. It's now shifted firmly to the 2 La Dolce Vita, but Ontology made up a little ground late. She did not get out of the gate very well in her debut. She kind of took a long time to get interested, and that was what concerned me just a little bit with the way the course lends itself to horses who have a turn of foot. I wasn't convinced that she would be that much sharper this time around, but certainly Brendan Walsh and Tyler Gaffleone are very familiar with the winner's circle here.
Yeah, look, they're definitely in the right hands, this horse to improve, and a leading trainer who knows how to bring a horse forward, especially if she just needs to work on that gate speed. What about the pace in this, Caton? I thought there wasn't a huge amount around, as we mentioned, La Dolce Vita stepping up from 5 upwards. That could be the pace angle, but there's not a huge amount more, I thought, not least compared to our last race, but we saw there was a lot of pace, and actually a horse came out from the middle and had that great turn of foot. And again, how do you see it sort of working out this way?
Well, you wonder what the first-time starters will do, but Conceit's been training at Horseshoe in Indianapolis with some pretty fast works. I wouldn't be surprised to see her get away from the gate well, but I definitely thought the 5 Secretly Delighted could show some speed based on her workouts, and she's another that's very interesting. I know you liked as well. She's a half-sister to a pretty nice, useful horse named Sweet Melania. By constitution, love that pedigree line, but I also really appreciate that Mark Cassey, who does such good work with first-timers, has her through a series of really sharp works in the morning.
Yeah, the yard do so well with first-time starters, 15% winners from 138, and really solid workouts, I thought, as well, for number 5, Secret Delighted. I thought it definitely can play her in the exotics, and she's been relaxed. There have been a few horses that have been slightly on their toes, just need to relax a little bit. Obviously, plenty of people here today to keep an eye on them, and I did think number 5 just was handling it well, considering it is her first time out. So that's a positive in her favour as they make their way out onto the track, Caton.
Liked the appearances of the 5 as well. She would, I think, be my paddock pick in this group with a nice price of 7-1. But yes, they head out to the racetrack with the Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, Pick 3, and a Pick 4 kicking off on this second race with maiden 2-year-old fillies going 1 mile. Good luck.
2-year-old fillies are parading for race 2. This is a 1-mile maiden with 50-cent pig 4 wagering. Scratch number 13, Veronica, for the win. 7 minutes to post. Race 2 is the John Veach Memorial. Ladies and gentlemen, the best turned out horse for race 2 is Bohemian. Congratulations to groom Jose Quevedo as number 11. Bohemian wins the best turned out award. The field is approaching the gate. About to move in. Ground support and more sweeter, the first couple to enter the gate. Joined by La Dolce Vita and Betsy. Next pair, Grazie Prego with Lost Chord. Ontology about to come forward. Ontology with a tepid grip on favoritism, 7-2 currently, one of 2 Brendan Walsh trainees. Resplendence is in there with Secretly Delighted. Rumbar comes forward with Bohemian, and the last in will be Conceit. 2-year-old fillies travelling 1 mile in the second of a dozen this Saturday at Kentucky Downs. La Dolce Vita climbing in gate 2. Racing! La Dolce Vita wins the start from Grazie Prego, Rumbar, Secretly Delighted, Betsy. Ground support had hesitated a little from the inside stall, but is mustering pace quickly, and Conceit and Bohemian are down the outside into the first half of the field, and they're followed by Ontology, who's over along the inside. More Sweeter is travelling out very wide, and back at the tail of the field is Lost Chord. 3/4 of a mile left to go. And it's La Dolce Vita, ground support, and wider out Conceit striding forward, followed closely by Resplendence, who's together with Secretly Delighted, and Bohemian is around those, picking up ground to 4th, about 2.5 lengths off the lead. Betsy is out 4 wide, followed between horses by More Sweeter as they pass the half-mile pole. Resplendence is back towards the inside in a bunched field mid-race. Rumbar has the orange colours in the second half of the field. Lost Chords hung out on a limb. And back on the inside comes Grazie Prego, nearing the top of the stretch at the 5/16 pole, and Ontology into the stretch. Just over a 1/4 mile from home, La Dolce Vita and Bohemian the Grey from ground support along the inside. The first-time starter, Secretly Delighted's running a good race within about 2 lengths of the lead as they approach the bend. At the 8th pole and on the inside, ground supporters finding something here. This first time starter kicking strongly along the inside from La Dolce Vita, Secretly Delighted. Ground support with Secretly Delighted trying to get after ground support. Ground support, Secretly Delighted inclined to drift in a little, and ground support beats Secretly Delighted a half length. Bohemian 3 away third. La Dolce Vita has finished fourth. It's a first time starter exacta in race number 2. Unofficial result, number 1, Ground Support, beating 5, Secretly Delighted, 11, Bohemian, and 2, La Dolce Vita, in the time of 1:34.43 seconds. We began opening day with a succession of winning favourites, but that trend is not continuing on day 2. With Ground Support at better than 100 to 1, scoring a shock debut victory. Ground Support to the winner's circle. A dark bay or brown filly by Army Mule from the Arch Dam Arch Support. Bred in Florida by Champion Equine LLC. Owned by the NBS stable, trained by Kelsey Danner and ridden by Adam Beschitzer. Our second race was the John Veach Memorial. The result is official. Placings officially 1, 5, 11, 2. In race 3, there are 2 jockey changes. Number 8, Birdie Rose, Sophie Doyle. Sophie Doyle on number 8, Birdie Rose. Ben Curtis rides number 10, Fancy Cabernet. Ben Curtis on number 10. 25 minutes to post.
the sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
She feels more than pretty. She feels fantastic.
It is all she feels pretty.
Yet another grade 1 for this magnificent daughter of Caraconte.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
There's no doubt that Kentucky breds, are number 1. It's a great program, bottom line. I think it's the best in the country by far.
Horse raised in Kentucky is an advantage.
You talk about the Kentucky breeding program, I think it's immeasurably the best.
They've got the best mares and the best stallions there in the state.
The great ground they're raced on here in central Kentucky, it seems to be the best.
The purses that the Kentucky breds are now running for matches how dominant they are.
And just like that, the string of favorites is broken in a big way with a 99-1 shot, who I thought got a brilliant ride from Adam Beschizza, who didn't panic when she broke just a little tardy, was able to assume a really nice position on the inside just off the early leaders, and showed some heart, the filly did, holding her ground all the way through the stretch on the inside in some tight quarters for a little bit.
Yeah, another big win for the jockey as well. Good couple of days already, and I think if we're going to have an outsider win, let's go big and go that kind of prize.
Exactly.
I think possibly after the opening day, we're thinking this is getting chalky. Let's go and find some big winners, and we really found one.
Well, congratulations if you had it, and also to Kelsey Danner with a fine performance from ground support, a first-time starter, just off the early leader on the inside throughout for our biggest price so far this meet. The third race, an optional allowance race, $80,000 high-priced optional claiming price at 6.5 furlongs on the turf. So we switch gears a little bit, go to the sprint distance here, and the favorite, the 6, Ready to Jam, is been taking money right off the bat. Not unexpected. I thought this was the top choice with her drop in class from Stakes Company, and Jess, I know you liked her too.
Yeah, I thought it was very hard not to like her, really, and I think the price reflects that. Finished off strongly last time out, strong stakes form as well, Caton, from the Nassau at Woodbine. By far, I thought, looking at the whole complexion of the race, the strongest form on offer. You've got Irad coming out of stall 6, and we know how well he's begun out the day. She, I thought, got the better run than the winner last time, and she looks hard to beat here. I think that the form is solid, and you've got to have a look at that horse that she had in front of her, Ujda, who's possibly going to have a nice run later on, so plenty going for this horse.
Yeah, she was the beaten favorite last out, but I think that it was a very good horse that beat her in the process. I liked her race in the Nassau Grade 2 competition. She came up 2 lengths shy, but that's I think a very good effort behind some top horses, and she might get a nice pace set up with a lot of speed, both inside of her from Mean Eileen or potentially Princess Bettina, as well as to the outside. Looks to me as if Reagan's Flame, Birdie Rose, Polka Polenta, and Fancy Cabernet could all be in the mix early. So sets up for a horse to come from a little off of it, although you and I both like the 2, Mean Eileen, a little bit. With her turn of foot, I'm just hoping she can settle and get a nice trip here for Joe Sharp. We really haven't seen anybody sustain their early speed so far today.
Yeah, I know, that would be it's interesting because they were keeping on to the speed on opening day, so it's interesting that it's kind of flipped a little bit. Makes it harder for us to handicap, to see day-to-day things are changing. But yeah, Mean Eileen, a horse that has got the course form. How much is that, and how important is that to your handicapping, Caton?
I try to handicap the horses and have to be sold on there being any bias or any one particular form that has to win. But I think it depends on the complexion of the race as well. In this case, with so much early speed, I think it sets up for a horse who can come from a little off the pace. But Mean Eileen does have credentials. She was the she won as favorite here at Kentucky Downs. So we know she likes the course, and she did it at a mile. So 6.5 furlongs is certainly within her wheelhouse. I want to talk to you about the 1 Milliat. I wasn't quite sure what to do with this filly, as she comes out of, I thought, a pretty easy race, relatively speaking, but she did it the right way.
Yeah, daughter of Kodiak, she's definitely bred for the turf. I think she possesses that lovely turn of foot, which helps her in the latter stages of her races. She's drawn on the rail, and I'll be interested to see what Tyler does with her early. Brings her to the back and sort of comes wide. That's the manner that she likes to be ridden. Or will they make more use of the draw? Look, it's a very interesting, slightly conundrum with them. Sometimes one, you think it's going to be a benefit, but not potentially for her with the running style that she possesses.
The 10, Fancy Cabernet, is a big price right now at 14-1 for Bill Morey. She might be the fastest of all the speed horses, and with her outside draw, might have a real advantage in that even if she doesn't make the lead, she can assume a comfortable position in that first flight of horses and just try to nurse her speed along. I can't leave her completely out of the mix. She did win here, breaking her maiden at Kentucky Downs, going 6.5 furlongs. It was a long time ago, 2023, and she has had quite a few stops and starts, but she knows how to win.
And it could just help the horse just next to her, and horse 11, Sudden Switch. So if she's got the speed, I think Sudden Switch will be following that pace. That's a dirt to turf profile. This horse has been in great order, I thought. Drops down in trips, so could show the speed at least, but we'll have to show that and every little bit more of it. But if you've got the speed coming from the draw next to you, that will even help.
I like her in the paddock too. Her demeanor's really good. She has a nice energy about her, but the 11 Sudden Switch hasn't really turned a hair. She hasn't been misbehaving at all. She just seems very alert and kind of ready to get on out there with her turn of foot as well. If she takes to the grass, she could be very interesting here. I liked her when she first walked in. She just had a way about her, kind of an air, and she's got a lovely frame. She's a kind of a bigger filly who carried herself very gracefully despite the fact that she's a pretty big filly.
Yeah, she hasn't done a huge amount of racing either, so this will be a learning curve for them, I suppose. You know, the prize money on offer, it's worth a try at, but again, pedigree-wise for you, Caton, a daughter of Munnings, out of switched up, what would that
I
mean
like
to
it.
you?
It's I mean, definitely good for the turf, although Munnings can go in a lot of different directions. This is a good angle as well for Riley Mott. He is very successful moving horses to the turf, and particularly turf sprints. He's got a nice batting average, so I think an interesting horse at 6-1 here to the outside. But as they head out, it looks like the 6, Ready to Jam, is going to maintain that position as favorite. 6-5 currently with Mark Cassidy looking to make up for that tough beat in the last race. Irad Ortiz looking for his second win of the afternoon. We've got a pick 3 starting with this race. Again, fillies and mares going 6.5 furlongs on the lush, firm Kentucky Downs turf.
On the track parading for race 3 at 6.5 furlongs. This is a filly and mare allowance optional claiming event. The rider of number 8, Birdie Rose, Sophie Doyle. The jockey for number 10, Fancy Cabernet, Ben Curtis. 7 minutes to post. 2 minutes to post. The best turned out for race 3 is number 6, Ready to Jam. Congratulations to Donny, who grooms Ready to Jam number 6. Approaching the gate. Moving into line, Melia has the inside gate. Ready to Jam comes forward with Mean Eileen. Princess Patina. Next in is Hideki. Reagan's Flame, followed by Birdie Rose. Make the Boys Wink. Polka Polenta lining up. Fancy Cabernet, who won a race at Kentucky Downs in 2023 and most recently scored off a 21-month layoff. Sutton switched to the outside and they're ready to go. Racing. Hideki, Princess Patina, Melia near the inside, and out wide on the course, a couple starting to surge forward towards the lead, including Reagan's Flame. It's going to be Princess Patina and also Fancy Cabernet thrusting forward. Fancy Cabernet now makes a beeline for the rail, leads from Ready to Jam, moving up second, followed by Reagan's Flame and Polka Polenta. Melia the inside, Princess Patina between horses. Sutton switches camped out wide on the course, 6 lengths off the pace, followed by Birdie Rose, and a couple of lengths away towards the inside, Mean Eileen with 3/8 of a mile to go. Hideki is back towards the tail, and Make the Boys Wink is out wide. At the top of the stretch, and it's Fancy Cabernet speeding them into the lane by 2 lengths, now shaken up with the whip. Ready to Jam in the hot pink is poised to challenge, followed by Melia. And wider out, Reagan's Flame joining in, together with Princess Patina, who wanders very wide. Mid-stretch, Fancy Cabernet, Ready to Jam, looming after the leader. Fancy Cabernet clinging on, Ready to Jam, struggling to get on terms. Fancy Cabernet still in front. Fancy Cabernet beats Ready to Jam. Photo third between Princess Patina and Melia. But Fancy Cabernet has a winning hat trick for 3 different trainers, spanning almost 2 years. Number 10, Fancy Cabernet, is the unofficial winner, beating number 6, Ready to Jam. It's a photo for third, the time 1:14.43. Third was number 3, Princess Bettina, and fourth, number 1, Melia. Placings 10-6-3-1 unofficially. Fancy Cabernet coming back to the winner's circle. As mentioned during the gate load, this mare won here in 2023, then came off an extended layoff to score in June, and now has 3 consecutive wins over a vast expanse on the calendar, now trained by William E. Morey. And Ben Curtis, with the pickup mount, is the winning jockey. Fancy Cabernet, a 5-year-old bay mare by Mendelssohn from the Point Given Dam, Fancy Point. Bred in Kentucky by Kinsman Farm and owned by Tommy Pawanski. The result is official. Placings officially 10-6-3-1. Race 4 is due in 24 minutes, opening a 50-cent pick 5. Scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16.
never seen him do that.
We get that look that we're going for when it comes to this.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's post time for the Whitney. The field turns for home. Fierceness is the one to catch. He has a 3-length lead. Sierra Leone down the center of the track is coming with powerful strides, and Highland Falls is in there too. But it's Sierra Leone who takes the lead from Alaska first. Highland Falls trying his best. Sierra Leone has won the Whitney.
Gun runners on top of the world.
From humble beginnings to royal accolades, the never say die spirit lives in us all. Never Say Die Bourbon.
Well, red wine drinkers rejoice as Fancy Cabernet gets another victory, now a perfect 2 for 2 at Kentucky Downs with a lot of time in between, but impressive gate to wire under Ben Curtis.
Yeah, first winner at Kentucky Downs for Ben Curtis, who's really embraced life here in the States. And I think watching that bout, we thought he got a good lead. No one else was trying to compete with him for the lead, and he just stayed there.
Yeah, he just kind of ran them off their feet. Nice finish there and a big price at 40-1. As we head to the fourth race, keep in mind a string of a couple big prices and a new pick 5. If that one or the race before knocked you out of the early pick 5, take heart. This would be a good place to dive back in. It covers races 4 through 8 and includes 2 stakes races for the last 2 legs. The 3-2 favorite for this first level allowance race at 3/4 of a mile, first time we've run that distance here, is the one, Operation Sunrise. Son of Warfront draws, in my opinion, a little bit of a tricky post, particularly with the position of the gate, but he has good turn of foot if he duplicates his performance in his debut. I just thought he might be under pressure to have to get good position right off the bat. That could compromise him a little bit. Definitely one of the contenders here.
Yeah, certainly. I wanted to get your view and perspective of that start. It's, you know, the 6.5, I've been down there and you get a little bit more time to organize yourself. So at 6 furlongs, it's harder with the bend coming around. You've got to be up for it. And the one negative for Operation Sunrise, doesn't have a huge amount of track experience. He still looked quite green last time, so he's going to have to be really professional today.
So far, so good in the paddock. He's kind of a fun colt. Has that war front look, but has a very nice demeanor, just kind of a laissez-faire kind of way of walking around the walking ring. And ever since he was in the paddock, Bill Mott, of course, a Hall of Famer, second off the layoff is 21%. When the horse has won their previous start, he comes back at a rate of 24% success. So with that speed and a very nice race behind him, look for a good performance from Operation Sunrise. Now the 3-2 favorite. Floodlights was another horse that both you and I thought was in the mix, and coming off of, I thought, a good tightener, a good race to get under your belt and move forward. He was the beaten favorite, so a little disappointing from that element, but maybe 5 furlongs also just a little too short for him.
Yeah, you look at also a maiden winner here last year. That was over this trip, so unusual, as you say, to use this trip, but at least this horse has been there and done it. I thought the trainer, as we know, had a nice winner here on Thursday. I thought maybe might have just needed that first run back. That might just get him in the perfect place for this. Has only had that one run in 2025, but they might have just been planning their route around coming back to Kentucky Downs, considering how well he handled it this time last year.
I'm curious to see what Junior Alvarado and Wesley Ward work out as far as a game plan and a trip. The horse was off the pace at 5.5 furlongs, but the pace was salty. He has good turn of foot. He showed it in the Indian Summer when he broke on the lead and vied for position. Got a little leg weary at the end of that race at high odds of 10-1, but that was a very good field at Keeneland earlier in his career. Perhaps he's a little bit better, stronger horse, and the win at Kentucky Downs bears well. I like that he had a nice expression. He was kind of on his toes, but not overly rambunctious in the paddock. The 2 Floodlights, currently 8-1. My top choice in here is the 11, Our Starry Night. This is another speed play, but I don't know that he has to be on the lead. I think he's just found himself there. He comes out of a win at Saratoga where he broke his maiden as the favorite. Phil Bauer having a great season at Saratoga. On opening day, if there was a leader of the pack for last out racetracks, it was Saratoga. That's to be expected. It happens frequently here. I would say probably everywhere, but in particular, the turf racing definitely holds up at Kentucky Downs. And though Our Starry Night has to tackle tougher horses because of the condition, this is a good angle for Phil Bauer as well. One last start, comes back at a 20% clip. I was a little surprised that he wasn't drawing a little bit more attention on the tote. Yeah,
interesting as you say, that there isn't a huge amount for him speaking, but looking at, as you say, positive from Saratoga coming into here, it was going to be one of my questions, which track you lean to as a good guide, as a prep into Kentucky Downs. There's nothing quite like it, obviously, but if there are a couple that you could use, there's a bonus going there with Saratoga. But this horse went forward, showed a lot of speed, back down to that 5.5 furlong, had been tested over a mile before. And that race has actually turned out okay. The 5th place has gone on to win. I thought in general this could be a tougher race. There's better form on offer here, and that might be why he's not as high up on the list for others.
You and I both like the 9 a bit. A, who is a second-time starter. I was almost tempted to put this horse on top. And looking at them, it's hard to gauge because he broke his maiden at Hawthorne going 5.5 furlongs. Another horse in that race comes back in here, but he's by Caravaggio. I like that sire quite a lot for this course. He did overcome trouble in breaking his maiden, and he gave me the suggestion that he was going to appreciate more ground to work with, which he'll get here. Chris Block is one of those trainers, particularly in the Midwest, but who always comes up with some very nice, very solid runners. They all seem to have good endurance. They have good turf form, and this one kind of fits the bill for me. Looking real bright in the paddock as well. For his second time out, he's been training sharply in Chicago at Hawthorne.
Yeah, and was well fancied, wasn't he, on first day? Really well liked, and the form is really strong. Beat Ogavald, who went on out and won by 1.5 lengths since. The horse placed 4th, has also since won. Again, probably just the experience-wise will need to improve, but look, probably is similar to a few of them, doesn't have a huge amount of racetrack experience. This is going to be a completely different setup, but again, did nothing wrong. There was no fluke about that performance. I thought that was mighty professional.
A lot of good prices right now, including the 6 flat to DeMatt, who I know you had as your third selection. Tyler Gaffleone here from Mike Maker. I like the draw. I like the fact that the colt is coming out of tougher races, in particular the Grade 3 Manila. Granted, he wasn't a factor, but he was involved in the pace early before calling it a day against Zulu Kingdom, who would be among the top in the category. So first-time Lasix here could make a real difference as he returns to Allowance Company. Mike Maker can sometimes take a little while for things to kind of fall into place, but he remains one of the all-time leading trainers here, so you know he's going to hit the winner's circle one of these days.
Yeah, certainly. You can't not have a look at what he's brought to this meet with all those elements that you picked out, like a lot of them, and then you add the Omaha Beach, the pedigree of the horse. I thought there's a huge amount going for him, coming down in grade, essentially. If they think he's good enough to try the stakes races, let's see how he will fare in a kind of lesser sort of race. But, you know, really, this is competitive, and you'd have to think that the trip is going to be spot on for him too.
As they head out to the racetrack for the 4th race, first level allowance at 3/4 of a mile. The 1 Operation Sunrise remains your heavy favorite at 9-5, looking for 2 straight wins.
Moving on to the track for race number 4. 50-cent pick 5 wagering available. This is a 6-furlong allowance for 3-year-olds and up. Scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. 8 minutes to post. The race named for Never Say Die Bourbon. The best turned out horse for this race is number 8, The Warden. Congratulations to groom Luis. The Warden, number 8, wins best turned out. Approaching the gate. Moving into line. Operation Sunrise comes up to the inside stall, followed forward by Floodlights, who was a maiden winner here a year ago tomorrow. Almost hitting the anniversary right on the head. Flat to Mat and Pharaoh's Dynasty ready, with Stiglitz joining the line. The Warden has moved in. Noah A. Furious Anger is set. Dreamin' Blue. Our Starry Night. And Northern Chill has the outside alley. All in. Racing. Our Starry Night and Northern Chill away quickly with Dreamin' Blue towards the inside. Operation Sunrise as they come through the first furlong, and Run Benji Run is up in the firing line. Sweeping toward the half-mile pole, Operation Sunrise leading a half length to Run Benji Run. 1 length to a 3 wide, Our Starry Night with Floodlights tucking in along the inside fourth. Attended closely by Pharaoh's Dynasty. Northern Chill out wide midfield in the purple. Noah A is back along the inside, followed well back in the field by Dreamin' Blue coming toward the 5/16 pole. Stiglitz is out very wide, and also towards the tail is Furious Anger in company with the Warden as they set sail for home past the quarter pole. Operation Sunrise showing the way is clear by more than a length. In second position is Our Starry Night, followed by Pharaoh's Dynasty. And down the outside, here comes Stiglitz with a good rally, but Operation Sunrise still in front. Stiglitz is finding the line generously, and Run Benji Run, and also Flat to Mat. But it's going to be Operation Sunrise winning it from either Flat to Mat or Stiglitz. Number 1, Operation Sunrise, is the unofficial winner with the photo required for second. The time is 1:08.24. Operation Sunrise is a Bay Colt 3 by Warfront from the elusive quality dam, Chinook. The winner bred in Kentucky and raced by Godolphin, who had Montador successful in the opening day finale. Bill Mott trains Operation Sunrise, who was ridden to victory by Jaime Torres. Number 3, Stiglitz, finished second in front of number 6, Flat 2 to Matt, and fourth was 12, Northern Chill. 1:36.12 is the unofficial result. The result is now official. Placings officially 1:36.12. The upcoming fifth race opens a pick 4 wagering on races 5 through 8. In the fifth, scratch number 2, Crimsona, along with 9, Bells of Maranello. Also scratch 14, 15 and 16 from the also eligible list. Number 13, Epic Style, will run.
Experience it all in one place at the Mint Gaming Hall, Kentucky Downs. Enjoy a night out and exquisite dining at Iron Steakhouse. Sip crafted cocktails while enjoying live music at Midnight Bourbon. Keep the fun going with the latest games and live entertainment, or make it a sleepover and stay at our all-suite hotel. Looking to host an event? Check out our versatile spaces, all just 30 minutes from downtown Nashville. The Mint Gaming Hall, Kentucky Downs.
All it takes is a spark.
Flame Away comes alive. Flame Away takes the Skidmore.
Scat Daddy's only son at stud to win stakes at 2, 3, and 4.
Flame Away has the lead. Flame Away, winner of the Sam Davis.
It's Dark Saffron, Nakatomi. Nakatomi the outside. Dark Saffron. Look at Tuz diving again, but it's going to be all too late. Dark Saffron.
Flame Away, standing at Darby Dan Farm.
Get up! Get up! Get up! Get up!
In with a shot, too. Ragtime takes the lead, has to fend off Kilwin, who just keeps on coming. Kilwin or Ragtime. Kilwin on the outside. Kilwin gets off.
I'm speechless. We have an unbelievable group of partners, great horsemen, and this has been an unbelievable journey.
"15 minutes to post for the upcoming 5th race, which is a maiden special weight at 3/4 of a mile. And a return to normalcy in that last race with a favorite, well met from the rail, going right to the front and finishing strongly under Jaime Torres for Hall of Famer Bill Mott. So a formful start to that middle pick 5. As we move to this race, a little less clear cut. Right now, 3-1 on the 4, Autumn Sunshine, a first-time starter for Judd Mott and Brad Cox, and that one is probably going to be favored when all is said and done, but a lot of other horses taking some money as well, and first-time starters are a dicey proposition on this course. This one in particular has a nice pedigree, as is the case with most of the Judd Mott homebreds, has a very good work at Ellis Park out of the gate on August 25th, and gets Irad Ortiz. The Dam Solent won at Kentucky Downs in Allowance Company in 2019. So if the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, we're in good shape.
Yeah, look, we saw Brad Cox with the newcomer earlier on in the card. You look, to my opinion, that might just come on for the run, got a little bit outpaced early, and then just came forward late on, and possibly a horse that will benefit for the experience. The workouts from this horse might mean that this one's probably more ready for it, which makes it interesting. But as you say, this is quite open. It can be a little bit risky to go for that newcomer, but looking at the form that we have on offer, Caton, how highly would you assess it?
I think I respect first-time starters, especially from barns that win at 20%, which is the case here. I also think that her workout would seem to suggest that she is training steadily and in a pretty forward fashion. That said, some of the horses in here are coming out of some salty races and definitely could hold their form. The horse that you went to on top, the 12, Senora Doro, has a race under her belt at Ellis Park. And while Saratoga leads the pack, Ellis is not far behind in producing winners here.
I did think that was one track that I was looking at and trying, especially for maidens, I thought that was a good place to go, but just a little bit jig-joggy, isn't she? She's slightly on her toes. I'd like her to just relax a little bit before this, especially with draw 12. She's going to have to use that slightly uncompromising position and not to get too rolled up beforehand. I thought she was sure to come forward, just like a few of these in here, and again, stepping up. It's just slightly in distance, but just needs to take a little bit of a relax as she goes back into the stall.
She's currently 5-1, and I do like that she's bright, and I like that she has a very good work since her last race at the Churchill Downs Training Center for Fausto Gutierrez. Julian Leperoux was aboard her. She did not have the smoothest of trips, just part greenness, I think, and part the way the race kind of came together. Maybe didn't allow her to show what she could have done with the cleaner trip. She still wound up beaten just a length and 3/4 for all of it. So more ground may be to her benefit if she settles in the early part of the race. I thought I just wasn't sure which way to go with her, but certainly as a second-time starter, she benefits from a little experience as opposed to the favorite at 5-2 now. The 3-horse point set match comes in second start off the layoff for Tom Amos at 8-1. I liked how she looked when she came in to the paddock, but most especially I like that she gets back on the grass. She ran 2 very nice races at the fairgrounds early in her career, then went to the dirt, then went to the sidelines, and now comes back, and I have a hunch that last race was just a good tightener to prepare the daughter of Nyquist for the return back.
Yeah, and also is a type of horse that will show the early speed that you want. She'll be up there, and really like her demeanor walking around the paddock. She is ready to go, taking a bit of a grip with the 2 handlers, but that's got no problem for me. She's got that little bit more experience than some of the others, but yeah, I would say maybe herself, the 8-horse Sunshine Daydream, they're the types that are going to go forward in here.
Yeah, it definitely, and I think maybe some of the first-time starters could, with a good break, show some speed too, as well as perhaps the 10 first-time Lasix. But the 1-horse Texas Queen on the rail is the top pick for me. Oh, rather the 3 Texas point set match going by, making a very nice appearance. The one scratched from this race, as is the case with the 2. Missed that one early on. But with the scratch of the 1 and the 2, especially the 2 early on, the 13 Epic Style moves into the field. And she's getting some play at 7-2. Now, trainer Mike Stidham won on opening day in very impressive fashion with the horse coming in from Colonial. This filly at Fairhill, his base of operations, has been training forwardly. I noticed she was a little bit green when she came in the paddock, and that's just something I would keep an eye on to see how she handles things as she gets out onto the track. A lot of times in the paddock, they may act one way. When they actually get moving and on the track with their pony, it can change completely. So I wouldn't be completely talked off of her yet, but I would keep an eye on her. She was beaten a neck in that last start by a horse who came back to win again, so that's a good indication of the strength of the fields that she's coming out of. But overall, I would say maybe a little lesser company than what some of the others in this field have faced.
Yeah, I'd like her to just show a little bit more pace early, but again, do think she'll be dangerous. Just good to see her now getting this opportunity in here. She's now, as I just clocked around to see, just seems to be quite nice and chilled at this stage. But yeah, the 13 I thought was just interesting, very good, decent 2 first starts. Has obviously seen the type of horse that's been able to come forward, and again has done some nice work since that latest effort.
Horses are heading out to the course. Maiden fillies, 3-year-olds and up, going 3/4 of a mile. And your favorite at 4-2, the first-timer Autumn Sunshine, a daughter of Munnings. Brad Cox looking to continue the way he fared on opening day. Best of luck with all your wagers, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3, and a pick 4, starting with race number 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the field moves onto the track for the 5th, confirming a late scratch of number 1, Texas Queen. Number 1, Texas Queen, an important late scratch just a few minutes ago. Number 1 has been scratched, along with number 2, Crimsona, and 9, Bells of Maranello. Number 13, Epic Style, will run. Scratch the other also eligibles, 14, 15, and 16. From this 6-furlong filly and mare maiden, opening another pick 4 on the program today. 7 minutes to post. Ladies and gentlemen, the best turned out award for race 5 goes to groom Telvi Alvarez for number 6, Bois Blanc. Number 6 is the best turned out. Approaching the gate. Coming up into line, point set match breaks from the inside after a pair of scratches, the late one being number 1 Texas Queen just before the post parade. So point set match is joined in the gate by Sunshine Daydream and Mimi's Grace. Autumn Sunshine, Miss Moneybags, and Fifth Wheel. Here comes Bois Blanc. Senora Doro. One Happy Island. Epic Style will take the outside stall, and these fillies will be ready for their 6 furlong assignment in race number 5. Set to go. Racing. A beautiful line. Bois Blanc, one of the first to appear in the hot pink cap. Up on the inside, point set matches, matching strides with Bois Blanc. And they're followed closely by Mimi's Grace as they race through the first furlong. And Senor Doro has hung out very wide. Autumn Sunshine's back along the inside as they travel down past the half-mile pole. And up front, the lead belongs to Point Set Match. Point Set Match is just in front. Bois Blanc keeps battling on strongly between horses as they reach the top of the lane with 5/16 of a mile to go. Autumn Sunshine's just in behind those horses. And Mimi's Grace is back towards the inside while Epic Style swings out very wide. One Happy Island is in the firing line also. And back behind these horses then comes Senor Doro as they pass the 8th pole, where it's Epic Style striding up keenly outside of Autumn Sunshine. Epic Style from Autumn Sunshine, clear of One Happy Island, Bois Blanc and Senora Doro. It's Epic Style drawing in off the also eligible list. Too Good For Them in the run home. Pulls away to beat Autumn Sunshine and One Happy Island. And Bois Blanc is prominent in a photo for 4th with Senora Doro. Number 13, Epic Style, is the unofficial winner, defeating 4 Autumn Sunshine and 7 One Happy Island, with 6 Bois Blanc fourth. 13.476 in the time of 108.83. The winner, Epic Style, is by Good Magic from the Sky Mesa Dam, Final Mesa. She's a 3-year-old dark bay or brown filly, bred in Kentucky by Tom Durant. Epic Style is owned by Speedway Stables. Michael Stidham, the winning trainer, won the last race on opening day with Montador. And Florent Giroux is the victorious jockey. The result is official. Placings officially 13.476. In the 6th race, scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. 27 minutes to post.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn, making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
Epic style, proving true to her name and giving Mike Stidham his second win of the meet. Worth mentioning just that Mike has his horses stabled at Fairhill Training Center, which affords him the opportunity to train on the turf and kind of get a line on these horses fitness-wise and how they handle it.
Yeah, certainly a massive benefit. I know it's been very helpful for the Europeans to come onto the turf track here at Kentucky Downs in their training as they lead into the big races, but to have that available to you throughout the summer, that has to be a real boost.
We move to the 6th race, which is a maiden race, 3-year-olds and up at 3/4 of a mile. And 8-5 favorite on the 3-beer run. Not a big surprise. This is a Wesley Ward runner who was the beaten favorite in his most recent starts, but the last one was at Saratoga against a pretty tough group.
Yeah, look, this is probably not that inspiring. It's another favorite, but I think this is the right favorite. This horse, having his 3rd run this year, has showed really solid form, and the run last time is good enough to give him a high chance here. I think he's getting to his near to his very best. Innate was 2nd following the victory back at Saratoga, so it looks to be the first string on jockey bookings, as you'd imagine, with Jose Ortiz on board. And I just think potentially from a pace perspective, they'll keep it quite simple. Potentially there could be a bit of a pace challenge from horse number 2, Liam's Lagoon, as well. But he's looking mighty well, like you'd want them to, and like a sprinter. Real sprinter build, isn't he? He's a real bull of a horse.
He has a stablemate in here for Wesley. We'll talk about him momentarily, but move to the 1, Homer's Odyssey, who is right now a very attractive 12-1 odds for Steve Asmussen. This will be only his 3rd try on the turf. And he has a bit of speed as well if his form carries over to the surface. Now, his previous races were longer distance races and much earlier before he ever really kind of put things together. So I'm not sure I would hold his turf form against him from those 2 prior races.
Yeah, I thought I was going to be a little bit creative because I've been so obvious with this favorite. So I thought I'd play for something a little bit more varied outside of just that favorite. So Homer's Odyssey, I just gave a little bit of a feel for. The sire, not this time, absolutely rocketing as both the sire and on the turf. Will be interesting, I think, to see this horse switch back. He's done plenty of good on the dirt, shows a lot of early speed. Look, this is overall tougher, and he's going to have to be even better back on the turf, but I like the confidence from the connections to give him this try. Not massively taking a huge amount of support from a betting standpoint, but he could just be one to play in the exotics.
The 6th, Lower Broadway, comes off the layoff for Mike Maker and could get a new lease on life as he actually moves into tougher competition from the restricted races he was competing in previously. Getting a look at him on the walking ring, I kind of like his demeanor and his appearance.
Yeah, this horse has been off since February, so 204 days. Really disappointed last time out compared to the run-on prior, where he showed pace, and I think you want a return to that kind of form. Again, it's a very different kind of quality to what we've got, but look at that. He's looking great in his skin. I'm happy with the workouts. He's obviously another one from the yard that we've probably been planning to bring him over here, but considering he has been off for that amount of time, I like the look of him, Caden.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. The 6th, Lower Broadway, making an impression on us, and a very nice price as well at 24-1. The 12, Freedom Street, rounds out your top selections, and here again we have a horse that's a pretty generous price at 6-1 up from his morning line odds.
Again, this is another horse that I just wanted to play because I'm hoping this one's going to be faster from the gates. That's been kind of its undoing on the last couple of starts, the only starts that we've seen the son of Mendelssohn out. Look, from a very highly respected operation, Safi Joseph, Irad Ortiz, a great combination when they team up, and I just hope that if he shows that he knows what are we doing out of the gates. We've seen, interestingly, you know, our last winner coming out of the Y gate in 13. This comes out of 12. It's not. I don't think it's necessarily a negative, but and we were discussing this as well, where the best ground is coming from. Sometimes if you do have that late pace, or you show up early enough from a wide gate, you might be advantaged to be on that middle part of the track.
Yeah, I agree. I think that in general is true of most turf courses, but especially here as the meet winds on. I went in a very different direction. The 11, Clear the Beach, my top selection. Kelsey Danner, Adam Beschizza already on the board today with a huge price horse. This one will be much lower, but still 7-1 in the odds. Second time starter. Dirt to turf for Kelsey Danner is a very strong angle at 24%, but I also like the pedigree here. Warfront is the sire of Omaha Beach, and then Smart Strike on the dam side. Coming off of a 7 furlong race, so as far as stamina is concerned, fitness, he's actually shortening up a little bit versus some of the others who are trying to extend themselves farther. I think he could be forwardly placed, but it's a hard call because this will be his first try on the grass. But he ran credibly on debut on the dirt behind, I thought, a pretty good horse in Only Phil. And I think he's meant to be a better horse on the turf. So if he can do that, then I think he's a top contender.
Yeah, looking at him now, you must be taken by the way that he's handling, especially considering just his second start on a track.
Definitely is taking it all in stride. And sometimes the second start can be even worse than the first because they know what to expect a little bit more and get over anxious. The horse that we mentioned earlier as a stablemate of the favorite, Beer Run, Pixie, I'm going to guess at. I'm sure that might not be the pronunciation. We'll leave that to Michael Rona to straighten out. But you see him there.
Or maybe the breeder, Owner Breeder Wesley Ward.
He's very sharp on his toes here for Wesley. I don't think you can ever overlook a Wesley Ward first-time starter in these types of spots. He's 30% with them. A lot of works in the morning at Keeneland. Wesley usually has opportunity to try them on the turf at some point down the route as well. And I thought this gelding looked on his toes. So my theory is if a trainer runs two horses in the same race, and especially when one is well meant, he must have some faith that the other deserves a shot to be in there, or he wouldn't deliberately overmatch a stablemate. So I'd give a look to the 4 at 11-1.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. He'll definitely have a gauge on where they are. Beer Run, obviously, at the age of 5, he's got a couple of years on this, and he's been around a bit. He's a hardy sprinter that Wesley does so well with. So be intrigued if your selection can make up for a bit of lost time first start out.
Wesley also having the favorite at 8-5. We'll see if this third time as the favorite can do the trick as he moves from Saratoga to the Kentucky Downs turf for the post parade.
The field is parading for the 6th. A 6 furlong maiden for 3-year-olds and up. Scratch the also eligibles, 13 through 16. 6 minutes to the scheduled post time. The best turned out horse for this race is Liam's Lagoon, number 2. Liam's Lagoon winning the best turned out award. Approaching the gate. Moving into line, Homer's Odyssey to the inside stall. Mr. Bobo ready. Liam's Lagoon coming along. O'Patrick. Favourite Be a Run into post position 3. Out of Pie Set, half the field in the gate. Peishi moves in next to his stablemate Be a Run. Peishi, Portuguese for Fish. Mary's Lad is set. Clear the Beach. 3 left to load. Kingsmere enters gate 5 after a brief delay, and that leaves Lower Broadway and Freedom Street. Kingsmere acting up a little in gate 5. Just the one start 9 months ago for Kingsmere. Freedom Street takes the outside stall. They're ready to go. Racing. Homer's Odyssey and Liam's Lagoon begin well with Lower Broadway. Be a Run is quickly into stride and is looking for the lead, and Clear the Beaches down the outside, moving up into a prominent position. Be a Run holds the lead. It's Be a Run in front of Lower Broadway. 2 lengths away comes Homer's Odyssey on the inside of Clear the Beach, followed by Freedom Street running 5th, ahead of Liam's Lagoon and Mary's Lad, Kingsmere, and back on the inside Mr. Bobo, attended closely by O'Patrick as they race by the 3/8 pole. Peishi is a long way back in the field in company with Out of Pie. They reach the top of the stretch, 5/16 left to go. Be a Run as a joint leader with Lower Broadway on his outside. Homer's Odyssey is back along the rail. Out wide, Mary's Lad. Freedom Street has the gold colours. Mr. Bobo's just in behind those with Liam's Lagoon. 3/16 to go. Beer Run is under the whip. The favourite standing on a thin ledge. On the outside, Clear the Beach threatens. Homer's Odyssey blocked near the inside, and Mary's Lad coming. Beer Run responding. He's just in front. He's starting to straight away now. He's cracking the code today. Beer Run breaks through for an overdue score over Clear the Beach. Homer's Odyssey ahead away third, and Mary's Lad checked in fourth. Number 3, Beer Run, is the unofficial winner with a photo required for second. The time 107.55. Placings 3-11-110, 3-11-110. Beer Run winning, owned by Peter Lydell. A Bay Gelding 5 by City of Light from the Congrats Dam. Sudden Heat. Wesley Ward is the winning trainer. Wesley should have in the winner's circle after race 2 on opening day, and Jose Ortiz is the winning jockey off an opening day triple. The winner was bred in Kentucky by Woodford Thoroughbreds. The result is official. Placings officially 3-11-110. In the 7th race, scratch number 6, Lord Eddard Stark, and number 8, Freedom's Way. Race 7 opens a $1 pick 6. $23 minutes to post.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Gunite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's going to win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat elite power in the forego.
Complete package.
DK Horse is your ticket to the track this season with enough bet types to have you champing at the bit. Jumping into the saddle is simple. Just choose a track from hundreds around the world, pick your favorite horses, and take advantage of daily promos. Plus, this great offer. Then you can watch the races right on DK Horse, so you won't miss a second with America's #1 downloaded horse betting app. Giddy up. The crown is yours.
An embarrassment of riches in the Wesley Ward stable, and Jose Ortiz adding another one with the victory of Beer Run. Another favorite hitting the winner's circle and doing it quite impressively in that 6th race. As we advance to the 7th race, we hit the first of our stakes races. It gets bigger and better from here, and it's already been pretty enormous. 2 1/16 miles is the distance of the Mountain Dew Bowling Green Gold Cup, a true marathon test of stamina and endurance to go along with skill and ability. And the favorite has changed 3 times in the last couple of minutes. But based on the probable will pays in most of the multi-race wagers, the 4 Limited Liability, who has been successful at a high level here at Kentucky Downs, will be your favorite when all is said and done. He's currently 2-1 in the wagering, but Shug McGahee sending out this one with Frankie Dettori, who rode him to victory last time around. Just as we go down to the paddock, Limited Liability was able to be successful on the front end here. Do you foresee him running a similar type trip in this one?
I think that's what they'll be hoping for, Caton, because he set his own fractions. He seems so comfortable at this track. He hasn't been in as good form since then. I would have to say he needs to refine that form and show that Kentucky Downs just brings out the best of him. But it was a very impressive victory. Frankie Dettori just seemed to enjoy it all the way around. Nothing really got to him. And this horse is a type that you'd imagine is going to enjoy coming back here. But my question to you would be, what have you made of him so far? What do you feel has happened? Do you feel like this potentially just coming back here will bring out the best of him?
Well, number one, I do think he likes the course. In the United Nations, he was off the layoff. It can be a tricky turf course over at Monmouth Park, and I think he just didn't fare as well over it, but he also might have needed the race. He is 6 years old and was off since April. So from a fitness standpoint, I expect him to move forward. He makes a beautiful appearance, as you can see. It's kind of a striking son of Kitten's Joy. We don't see that many gray sons of Kitten's Joy, although the ones that I've seen have all been real runners. But I think most importantly is the fact that he gets the course, he gets the distance, and he gets a field that's a little soft from a pace perspective, which does raise the question of whether a horse like the 5 Balladeer could return to the lead and go all the way. But the fact that we know the favorite Limited Liability likes the course is a big, big plus in my mind. I was intrigued with the 1, Golden Eye, who now is second choice in the wagering at 5-2 behind the 7, who we'll talk about in just a moment. Golden Eye, I thought, could sit a very nice trip and make a late kick, and he has also won at Kentucky Downs, winning a first level allowance. Now, he showed speed that day, but he doesn't have to be on the lead. He's not one-dimensional. I like that he likes the course. I think he's an improving horse, just getting better and better, and may well be sitting on his best effort. And pedigree suggests that he should handle this 2 1/16 miles.
Yeah, that's the million-dollar question, isn't it? The distance is the new one, but I really visually thought it was impressive to see how strongly he came home from off the pace to win well at Saratoga last time. I thought the step up and trip looked pursuing. This kind of division is fairly open, and as we can see, there aren't a huge amount of runners in here, and I think it's well worth trying your hand when the purse strings are so big. I thought that looked like a strong race that he won, and no real reason why he can't show himself off to be a very decent stayer. So looking positive for this horse. Kind of the unknown quantity, Golden Eye, but I like his chances.
You had an opportunity to see the European horses that have had at least a day or two to settle in here at Kentucky Downs after going through quarantine in Louisville at Churchill Downs in their quarantine facility. Flatten the Curve, the 7, is the current 9-5 favorite. What are your thoughts on him?
Yeah, this is a multiple stakes winner since joining this barn. This horse has essentially found all his competition back home in Germany pretty straightforward, so wants to come overseas and give these races a go. And I think, look, unlucky that when they went to Saratoga, they had to switch over to the dirt. It was a pretty unpleasant day, and it didn't play into his hands at all. But the form has improved since they went back home, had another victory. That was a hard-fought victory, but this is a galloping style of horse. We'll see if he's just going to allow the pace to go, and Thorhammer Hansen, who'll be on board, who knows this horse very well, retained by the owners. I think he'll be happy to let them go along in front, and he will be doing late work. He's a out-and-out stayer. He'll stay all day. He's a high-quality horse in Europe, going to be dangerous. Just that's going to see if this track is going to play to his strengths. As back home in Germany, they are big galloping kind of track, so this will be new to him. But I have to say, he's definitely going to be my pick because he's looking very well and fit in himself.
Well, in terms of success, he's hit the winner's circle 7 starts lifetime, which is quite a bit more than anybody else in the field. Flatten the Curve also looking very well from my eye up here overlooking the paddock. The 3, Tawny Port, is interesting. 5-1 currently. I expect that price to come down as we get closer to post time. He's the second choice in all the multi-race wagers as far as the probable payoffs are concerned. His previous trip here to Kentucky Downs. He raced at the highest level in the Turf Cup against Grand Sonata and Highway Robber and held his own. He finished a very solid third, was beaten just a length and a half for all of it. I think the biggest concern is his style, as he does his best running late, and he's another that tends to be a little bit one-paced, but he certainly loves distance. At least some of his best races have come at the mile and a half. A little off form of late as well, but again, that Monmouth Park turf course that he encountered in his last can be tricky.
Yeah, certainly. Look, I thought this horse, you can't knock him really. He always shows up, but it's just, he's a bit of a struggle to win with. He was, as you say, just behind Limited Liability in the United Nations and behind Flatten the Curve in the Belmont Gold Cup. Also third in the race last year. Just what does he need to do, Caton, to overturn Limited Liability? He just seems to be probably struggling against that kind of type. He maybe just not at that level, but as you say, the running style might not just help as well.
He's almost the type of horse you'll have to use underneath in exactas, trifectas, superfectas and such, because he's very consistent. He usually gives good account of himself. You could make the argument that he's faced the toughest horses of anybody in this field outside of the favorite Flatten the Curve. And he looks lovely. For as much as he's raced of late, coming off that freshening third start off the left, maybe it could turn out to be the best for him, though he has not hit the winner's circle in the last couple of years.
Yeah, I would say that's exactly it. You wouldn't be, there's no reason not to use him, and actually the price is reflecting in that. I just think there are a couple here that are kind of clear standouts, and it's no surprise to see the prices being so. But I would imagine it's really if number one Goldeneye can show to be an even better type of horse over this distance. That's what's really the interesting angle in here. And can Frankie get loose on the lead again? Because it's essentially what he did this time last year. Will the other jockeys allow him to do that? Because he just controlled the race all the way through. And looking at Limited Liability now, he is ready to go. He is waiting for the jockeys, and I think he's gonna be one that's gonna be hard to control from the front, because yeah, he's up for it.
Just a word about Balladeer, the 5 at 14-1, who has won over the Kentucky Downs turf course, was kind of a non-factor after not making the lead in the Turf Cup last year, and has been a little off form in his most recent starts. You know he likes the course, and I actually think that if he can make the lead, he could be very tough. He won an allowance race here in 2023 at 1 mile and 3/16, going forwardly all the way. I wouldn't be surprised to see them try to make a show of it again as he gets a little bit more distance to work from. He's a very generous 14-1 currently, but as they head out to post, Limited Liabilities once again assumed the position of favorite. I suspect he will be, based on the probable payoffs in some of the other wagers, the favorite when all is said and done. We'll see if he can keep his perfect record at Kentucky Downs intact. It's the first of our stakes races, the Mountain Dew Bowling Green Gold Cup Invitational. Best of luck.
The field is parading for the Mountain Dew Bowling Green Gold Cup Invitational. Number 1 is Goldeneye, owned by David Burnson and John Stewart, trained by Kenny McPeak and ridden by Jose Ortiz. Number 2, San Siro, owned by Andrew Farm, Mutmalik Farm, Ocean Reef Racing, White Mountain Stables and Stonecrest Farm. Brendan Walsh is the conditioner. Tyler Gaffalione is entrusted with the mount. Number 3, Tawny Port, races for Peach Tree Stable. Miguel Clement is the trainer. Joel Rosario the rider. Number 4, Limited Liability, owned by Stuart Janney III, trained by Hugh McGahey and ridden by Frankie Dettori. 5, Balladeer, owned by Calvin Nguyen and Joey Tran, trained by George Papapadromou, piloted by Florent Giroux. Number 7, Flatten the Curve, is owned by Eckhard Soren, trained by Henk Greve and ridden by Thor Hammer Hansen. Scratch numbers 6 and 8. $1 million on the line in the Mountain Dew Bowling Green Gold Cup Invitational to be contested at 2 1/16 miles. This race opens a $1 pick 6. Ladies and gentlemen, the best turned out is last year's winner, Limited Liability. Congratulations to the groom, Salvador. Limited Liability, number 4, wins the best turned out award for race 7. Approaching the gate. moving into line. GoldenEye coming up to the inside. San Siro comes up. Next in, Tawny Port. Limited Liability. Balladeer. And Flatten the Curve. 2 1/16 miles. Ready. Racing. Balladeer bounces out briskly. GoldenEye going fast near the inside. GoldenEye leads Balladeer, and Limited Liability is easing 2.5 lengths behind that pair as they race down into the turn the first time. It's GoldenEye in front from Balladeer, and Limited Liability is going to operate from off the pace this year. In fourth position, San Siro along the rail in front of Flatten the Curve and Tawny Port last of all. 8 lengths covering the field. With 1 3/4 miles to go, it's GoldenEye, who led throughout to win 1.5 miles allowance at this meet last year, doing the honours this afternoon with Balladeer in close attendance second, although Balladeer is wandering a little bit wide as they reach the top of the stretch and swing for the judges first time round. Balladeer losing his compass at this point, and GoldenEye over near the inside rail is the leader. From Balladeer, and San Siro is tucked in behind the front runner. Limited Liability right on the bumper of Balladeer. Tawny Port's over on the inside and Flatten the Curve on the outside. So it's pretty much 2 lines of 3 as they come down to greet the judges with 1 circuit of Kentucky Downs to negotiate in the Bowling Green Gold Cup Invitational. And GoldenEye at his leisure leads Balladeer by 2 lengths. In third spot, San Siro, named after one of the world's most famous soccer stadiums. The San Siro is home to both Inter and AC Milan. Limited Liability is some 3.5 lengths off the front runner as they wheel around that sharp next bend. Tawny Port over along the inside, 5 off the lead, and Flatten the Curve trails. Entering the back stretch, approaching halfway, and it's GoldenEye making the running. GoldenEye on top, 2.5 lengths to Balladeer, and a similar margin, San Siro. Last year's romping winner, Limited Liability, will have to do it from 4 lengths off the pace if he's to repeat. He's followed after 2 lengths by Tawny Port, who was third in the 1.5 mile Turf Cup at Kentucky Downs last year. And on his outside is Flatten the Curve. As they climb the hill, 7/8 left to go. They're almost back where they started. It's GoldenEye the leader by 2 lengths. San Siro's coming through second. Balladeer yielding ground. Tawny Port running fourth. Limited Liability is completely losing touch at this point. He's dropped back about 10 lengths off the lead, and Flatten the Curve's behind him. So a big change coming over the scene as GoldenEye continues in his front-running ways over San Siro, who is cutting into that margin. Pulls within a neck as they come down past the half-mile marker. Limited Liability, picking up ground again, is within 2.5 or 3 lengths, and Flatten the Curve follows him into contention. Tawny Port relegated to 5th, and Balladeer has hoisted the white flag, nearing the 3/8 pole. And it's GoldenEye, tackled by San Siro. Limited Liability third on the inside of Flatten the Curve, who's coming home boldly. He boasts 5 consecutive European turf wins, 1 going a 1/4 mile longer than today's assignment, and Flatten the Curve is looming ominously after them on the outside. He's the one to beat as they reach the top of the stretch. Flatten the Curve sails past the early leaders, GoldenEye and San Siro. Flatten the Curve is clear with Thor Hammer Hansen producing the persuader, and it's Flatten the Curve racing away by 6 lengths. GoldenEye, San Siro racing tightly, Limited Liability on their inside, and Tawny Port out wide. The battle is for the minor placings, but Flatten the Curve far superior at the end of 2 1/16 miles. Wins in hand, 4 lengths to Tawny Port. Limited Liability clear of GoldenEye, then San Siro, and Balladeer is still coming. The unofficial result, number 7, Flatten the Curve, defeating 3, Tawny Port, 4, Limited Liability, and 1, Golden Eye. 7-3-4-1. Flatten the Curve wins the Mountain Dew Bowling Green Gold Cup Invitational. For owner Eckhard Soren. He's a 6-year-old chestnut gelding by Zarak from the Teofilo mare Lailoma. Flatten the Curve, trained by Henk Greve and ridden to victory by Thor Hammer Hansen. Congratulations again to the connections of Flatten the Curve, taking the first of our stakes races on today's big program. The result is official. Placings officially 7-3-4-1. Race 8, opening a 50-cent pick 5, is the Grade 2 Never Say Die Ladies Turf Sprint. Clear of program changes.
There's no doubt that Kentucky breds, are number one. It's a great program, bottom line. I think it's the best in the country by far.
Horse raised in Kentucky is an advantage.
You talk about the Kentucky breeding program, I think it's immeasurably the best.
They've got the best mares and the best stallions there in the state.
The great ground they're raised on here in central Kentucky, it seems to be the best.
The purses that the Kentucky breds are now running for matches how dominant they are.
A symbol of elegant horsepower. For the boldness to capture your dreams. For the wisdom to find your path. For the valor to never give up. For living your life to the fullest. Quantrill, for life.
Proud sponsor of Kentucky Downs Racing.
From humble beginnings to royal accolades, the never say die spirit lives in us all. Never say die bourbon.
Well, Flatten the Curve certainly does Germany proud in the Mountain Dew Bowling Green Gold Cup Invitational. The first of our stakes races in the book and a formful start to this series of exceptional races, but perhaps the shortest priced favorite on the afternoon could come in this race. The upcoming 8th race, Never Say Die Ladies Turf Sprint with a purse of $2 million. And a tip of the hat to Never Say Die Bourbon, our bourbon of the day. There will be a lovely handcrafted bottle of Never Say Die presented to the winners along with that big check. Never Say Die, a top racehorse who gave birth to the Beatles indirectly. If you want to learn more, Google the story, A Voyage Like No Other and a Story Like No Other, Never Say Die Bourbon. The Ladies Turf Sprint starts with the favorite, as we mentioned, Ag Bullet, coming in off of a layoff since Saratoga, where she trounced the boys in the Jaipur in Grade 1 company, beat them by 2 lengths, and then was pointed for a return trip to Kentucky Downs, where she won the Ladies Turf Sprint last year by 5+ lengths. She's been a little rowdy in the paddock, but as I recall, she was very similar last year. Jess, this doesn't bother me. I think this is her nature. She's a forward type of horse. She's the speed of the race, and she's a bit of a diva.
She is, and she's got a lot of people watching her. She does get saddled, which is not ideal. The team are doing a great job just to keep her settled. She was ready to go, but they look like they might just be nearly there. She certainly is built like a bullet, and she will act like one too, but this isn't straightforward for the team to try and saddle her, as she really wants to get on with it. She's outside of her the boxes where the majority of the horses will be saddled, but I think they've just about got everything finished. But there are a lot of people here in the paddock, as you can imagine, so that, as you said, this is nothing that we're not used to when it comes to her, but just going back to the form that she possesses and coming back into female-only company, this looks like a obvious opportunity for her to add more prize money to what's already a pretty glowing resume. And I just have to go back to that Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint third and how well she performed there. And even though she does like to make things a little bit awkward at this stage, I know when she gets onto the track she'll be ever so professional and she knows her job.
In terms of the pace scenario, I was just a little bit concerned that there might be a tad bit more pace this time around than there was last time. I don't know that the field is any tougher, but I did think that perhaps Esternia, Irish Maxima, even Lunar Impact down on the inside could try her. Not for very long. She's very fast, Ag Bullet is, but at the same time that could perhaps set things up for a little bit of an upset. What can you tell us about how the horses are acting overall in the paddock? Is there anyone else that is kind of showing that forward type of energy that might tip themselves as speed horses or speed presence?
Yeah, number 8, I would say Esternia, definitely, as you kind of were expecting, has got the two handlers. She looks ready to go. They just momentarily paused as they walk around, and that's never ideal for horses who want to just keep going forward. And 8 is just being asked to just keep hold, and there are two very good attendants doing that, but she's looking great in herself, physically brilliant. She's been turned out beautifully, well platted, and I like the way she is holding herself as she comes around the paddock. Horse 7 is also one that's catching my eye just because she looks very relaxed, and I quite liked her overall profile, Horse 7, coming into this. This is Ujda, who's a graded winner in Europe for Johnny Murta, and had the perfect start for this barn. I thought this could be interesting what they might end up doing with her. We don't think that she's a pace angle, but how will they ride her? They don't know a huge amount about her and her style, but she's just that kind of intriguing profile, Kate, and slightly coming in for a bit of support now from a betting perspective, but a daughter of Sioux Nation. She's bred for the job, and she's clearly a good new recruit for the barn.
We just saw the 11 Kehoe Beach made a lovely appearance as well. She's 1-for-1 at Kentucky Downs, and she also has early speed. That seems to be where she's most comfortable when she goes to the front. So again, with a heated pace, I thought the door was open for Zeitlos. Zeitlos at 5-1 currently, the 2-horse, had one prior run at Kentucky Downs, wound up second. It wasn't a bad race at all, but I think she's a better horse today than she was the last time she ran here. She comes out of very good company, 5.5 furlongs on the turf last out, where she finished second, beaten just half a length, July 19th, so a little over a month in between races, and I think it sits her perfectly. I also was impressed that she is one of those rare horses that I think is equally talented on turf and dirt. She still has to prove that she can compete at this level, though, in a sprint race on the turf with the likes of Ag Bullet.
Yeah, certainly, and that's the thing. I just can't really get away from the high level of form that she has, this favourite. It's way above anything else in here, but you know, I respect a couple of the others, 11, as you touched on, and also another Kentucky Downs winner, Wesley Ward, having a great time of things. She won here in a fillies allowance over a mile before making it 3 in a row at Churchill Downs in November. And she also ran well in Grade 1 company. Thinking for her, for 11, dropping in the trip, Caton, coming back in distance, how do you fare for that?
I'm a little worried about her. It's always a good angle, for sure. Kehoe Beach is coming out of that 7-furlong race, gets to go 6.5 furlongs, and because of the way the course plays here, it plays more like a 7-furlong. It's a more taxing type of distance than on a traditional course. So the horses who have gone farther, and particularly those that have gone farther with some success, are going to have an edge from a stamina standpoint when they come back to distances like 6.5 furlongs, which is surely in Kehoe Beach's wheelhouse. So she absolutely must be respected. Wesley Ward always has a strong hand. Here you get Irad Ortiz. She has speed to the outside, which is probably ideal with the way this race is, as opposed to she gets to be outside of Ag Bullet. She gets to be outside and allow I read, to make some decisions about where he wants to be, how much he wants to engage earlier, whether settle just off the pace. I'm going 2, 3, 6, 10 in here. I thought that Zeitlos and Jody's Pride were both horses that were capable of springing a little bit of a surprise here from off the pace. They also made lovely appearances in the paddock. 2, 3, 6, 10 for me, and for you, your top selections?
Yeah, I'm going, have to go with the 6. That's no question about it. 6, 7, 11, 12 for me. I thought the 12, I touch on Simply in Front, 2 from 3 this year, bringing her form up a notch, and does another one that comes down in trip. I thought I'm going to have to see her showing off her speed in here, but I thought you could play a little bit creative with some of them for the exotics, but I'm just looking forward to seeing 6. I think they've done a really good job to keep her quite relaxed here. She's actually now with Louis Sayers on board, she looks ready to go, but considering she was getting so worked up beforehand, they've done a great job with her saddling, and yeah, just looking forward to seeing how she can prove back in Philly's only company how dominant she could be.
It is the post-parade time for the $2 million Grade 2 Never Say Die Ladies Turf Sprint at 6.5 furlongs. The 7-5 favorite, see if she can do it again, Ag Bullet.
Post-parade for the ladies' turf sprinters led by number 1 Lunar Impact for DK Racing, Qatar Racing. Radley Equine Incorporated, Rick Gold and Dave Oddmark. Dan Blacker is the trainer, Frankie Dettori the rider. Number 2 Zeitlos is owned by Stone Street Stables and Peter Lydell, trained by Steve Asmussen, ridden by Junior Alvarado. 3, Jody's Pride for Parkland Thoroughbreds and Sportsman Stable is prepared by Jorge Abreu and ridden by Joel Rosario. Number 4, Dance Macabre, owned by NBS Stable and Elements Racing, trained by Miguel Clement, ridden by Tyler Gaffalione. Number 5, Ocean Club carries the Glen Hill Farm Silks, worn by Brian Hernandez Jr. Tom Proctor is the trainer. 6, AG Bullet, owned by Calvin Nguyen and Joey Tran, trained by Richard Baltus, ridden by Luis Sayers. 7, Oujda represents Woodford Thoroughbreds. Will Walden is the trainer. Manny Franco has been engaged. Number 8, Asternia, is owned by Randy Patterson, Sam Vogel and Randy Morse. Randy Morse trains. Edgar Morales rides. 9, Irish Maxima, owned by Irish 3 Racing, prepared by John Service, guided by Axel Concepcion. Number 10, Time to Dazzle, is trained by Mark Cassie for Tracy Farmer. Jose Ortiz is the rider. 11, Kehoe Beach, races for Thomas Bachman, is trained by Wesley Ward, ridden by Irad Ortiz Jr. 12, Simply in Front, is owned by Colebrook Farms, trained by Eddie Keneally, partnered by Ben Curtis. $2 million for the Grade 2 Never Say Die Ladies Turf Sprint, opening a 50-cent pick 5. 6.5 furlongs, the distance for these fillies and mares, 3 and up in race number 8. The field is approaching the gate. The best turned out for this race is number 2, Zeitlos. Congratulations to the groom, Angel. Zeitlos number 2 is the best turned out. Moving in, field loading for the Never Say Die Ladies Turf Sprint. Lunar Impact, followed in by Ujda and Zeitlos. Jody's Pride, Asternia and Danse Macabre. Here comes Irish Maxima. Ocean Club linking up. Time to Dazzle, followed in by AG Bullet. Even money for last year's winner to repeat. 2 more to load, Kehoe Beach and Simply in Front, who won the Music City Stakes here last year. 6.5 furlongs for this Grade 2 contest. Simply in front, completing the line. The ladies' turf sprint about to be run and won on day 2 at Kentucky Downs. Set. Racing. AG Bullet begins like a bullet. Lunar Impact is away nicely from the inside. Esternia going up towards the lead. And so too Irish Maxima with Kehoe Beach surging right around them into contention as they thunder down towards the half-mile pole. It's AG Bullet the leader, 1.5 lengths from Kehoe Beach going to second, followed by Esternia, and then Irish Maxima, Lunar Impact. Ujdar is 6 lengths off the lead, 2 in front of Dance Macabre. They're followed well back in the field by Time to Dazzle, who would spot the speed 10 lengths. Simply in front, travelling very wide on the course. Jody's Pride's back along the rail at the 3/8 pole. Zeitlos and Ocean Club the last couple when they reach the top of the lane. In the Never Say Die Ladies Turf Sprint, and AG Bullet looking to go back-to-back in this contest is showing the way over Kehoe Beach. They're nicely clear of the rest. In the green cap, Ujdar coming on fairly, and so too Simply in front down the outside. But AG Bullet does it nicely mid-stretch, taking the elbow uphill through the final furlong. It's a 2-length cushion for AG Bullet. AG Bullet from Simply in front, and Time to Dazzle finishing on with Jody's Pride. AG Bullet getting weary, but holds on to a winning lead and gets there from Simply in front and Jody's Pride. Number 6, AG Bullet, the unofficial winner. In 1:13.13, that's significantly faster than she recorded last year. Still a photo for the minor placings. AG Bullet goes back-to-back. In the Grade 2 Ladies Turf Sprint. She's a 5-year-old grey mare by Twirling Candy from the Forestry Dam, Noble Grey. Bred in Kentucky by H&E Branch, owned by Calvin Nguyen and Joey Tran, trained by Richard Baltus and ridden by Luis Saez. Number 12, Simply in Front, finished second in front of number 3, Jody's Pride. And fourth was 10, Time to Dazzle. Placings unofficially 6, 12, 3, 10. The result is official. Placings officially 6, 12, 3, 10. Congratulations again to the owners of the flying 5-year-old grey mare, AG Bullet. Scoring for the 8th time in 15 career starts and is now 2 for 2 at Kentucky Downs. Next up is the Grade 2, the Mint Kentucky Turf Sprint, with 50-cent pick 4 wagering. 30 minutes to post time. Scratch number 3, One Timer. Number 13, Oxtelm, will run with Brian Hernandez on board. Brian Hernandez on number 13. Scratch 14 and 15.
never seen him do that.
We get that look that we're going for when it comes to this.
Experience it all in one place at the Mint Gaming Hall, Kentucky Downs. Enjoy a night out and exquisite dining at Iron Steakhouse. Sip crafted cocktails while enjoying live music at Midnight Bourbon. Keep the fun going with the latest games and live entertainment, or make it a sleepover and stay at our all-suite hotel. Looking to host an event? Check out our versatile spaces, all just 30 minutes from downtown Nashville. The Mint Gaming Hall, Kentucky Downs.
Winning just got closer.
Wow, what a performance. She strutted her stuff on the racetrack. Now, a two-time winner of the ladies' turf sprint, AG Bullet for Luis Saez and Richie Baltus. Big congratulations to all the connections. As we move ahead, perhaps we'll see another two-time winner here as Howard Wolowitz returns at odds of 8-5 for the Grade 2 turf sprint. This Kentucky turf sprint features the very first Grade 1 winner at the racetrack, capturing the Franklin Simpson last season in convincing fashion. He went overseas, has had some time off, and now returns to action with that nice resume here at the track. You can see he's full of himself. And Jess, as I head down to you, he has been working up a storm, and it sure seems like he's touting himself in the paddock.
Yeah, you can see that he is fit, and that those workouts where we know he's been showing off his best self have really paid off, because he's looking good in his skin. The team have done clearly an excellent job for him. It didn't work out when they went over to Saudi, but they're back at a place that they know well, and back at a place that Jose D'Angelo will be comfortable and confident that they have the horse in his best position. But as you said, this is going to be interesting. It's going to be fast, and it's going to be hot up front, and likely to see several going to be making their way to the top, Bear River being one of them as well. But I'm really liking how he's looking. How Wolowitz is a horse I've had a huge amount of time and respect for, how he's been he's been trained, how he's been brought along, and look, he was a winner here. He just seems to be a horse that potentially, as we see with sprinters, as they get older, they do get better. He's only just 4. I think as long as he doesn't need the run, and from what I can see, he looks fit.
It's a very good point that you bring up, though. He is coming into this race very differently than he did last year, where he had raced himself into condition and had finished 4th, beaten a length on good turf at Saratoga. So little difference today. We're looking at the 11 no balls at 4-1 currently. And interestingly, in looking at some of the multi-race wager payoffs, the pick 4, I believe the pick 5, the 11 no balls is actually the favorite. So perhaps that 4-1 price will come a little closer to the 3-2 odds we see now on Howard Wolowitz. No balls is 12 for 27 lifetime, but hasn't won since Churchill Downs in money earned allowance conditions. This is a much tougher field for sure. But when we speak of that blazing speed that this race may contain, no balls may well be part of it, though he didn't show it last time. I think he does his best work when he's on the front.
I think he should be played in your selections. He's reliable, he's hardy. He is, of course, the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint Champion from 2023. He was 4th in this last year. He's just a solid horse. And if for whatever reason a couple of them don't turn up, you can rely on this horse. He always does.
What can you tell us about Kadam? First time in the United States, but actually came here to Kentucky Downs last time around and ran a very good second behind the very fast and impressive Cogburn. This will be his 3rd start of the year, and it almost looks as if he was sort of pointed for this trip.
Yeah, certainly. Look, he ran a brilliant race in it last year. He was 2nd. He can get quite worked up. He seems quite relaxed today. Tori does a very good job with him, and he's looking very well in himself. But he is a 9-year-old at this stage. He's not getting any younger, and if you think about the form that he came into this race last year and you compare it to this year, he had one at Royal Ascot, but that was a big shock win. I would say his form of this year is probably even lower than the form from last year. He's had 2 prep runs in. The last run at Goodwood was, I'd say it was okay without being over exciting. I'd imagine it's more hope than expectation for him to show what he can do and really essentially enjoy the track like he did. He came home strongly. He is just a bit hit and miss. He wouldn't be at the top of the game from our sprinting perspective in the UK at the moment, but you've got to respect him and of course his trainer Charlie Hills, who knows how to get horses here. The likes of Ancient Rome was a winner here at Kentucky Downs a couple of years ago, and of course he was 2nd here last year. So Cardem hoping to sort of revive his form back at a track that he ran on so well last year.
We've been getting a good look at a horse that you used amongst your top picks, the 7 Arrest Me Red for Wesley Ward. We've talked a lot about the success Wesley Ward has had here, and 7-1 would seem to be a very generous price for a horse who is fresh, who ran a very good second, beaten just a neck as the beaten favorite at Churchill, going 5 furlongs, and I think might be a little bit more comfortable with the 6 furlongs to work with.
Yeah, I like this horse. Yeah, another former Kentucky Downs winner. He had Frankie on board to guide him home at this meeting last year, and I think he is improving again at the age of 7. Very likable. I thought he was slightly unlucky last time. What did you think, Caton, of that run? Possibly just unable to get to the position he wanted to in time, but we know how well Wesley does with these kind of horses, especially if you look at his profile and how well he's done at this age.
I agree, and I almost thought with the 5 furlongs, I just don't feel that he had the opportunity with him settling off the pace and not being involved early to get the kind of trip that he needed. He's won from the inside. Last time he was on the inside, but I thought he got a little stymied, a little bottled up a bit in the Mighty Bow, and I thought it cost him greatly. You know, it was a situation too where he was the favorite and he was the horse with the target on his back, and I think no one gave him anything. That unlucky nature of the trip, I think, was the undoing. I think 3/4 of a mile, and especially the way this course plays, lends itself to Arrest Me Red being able to run an improved effort. Another look at the 11 horse No Balls, who's down to 4-1 now. I just have a hard time guessing whether he's going to make the lead or whether it's going to be more similar to what he did last time when he faced Bear River at Ellis Park and didn't make the lead. Now, if he does, then we certainly have that heated pace that Howard Wolowitz would benefit from, and some of the others as well. If he doesn't, can he run the same kind of race? I mean, he actually ran pretty credibly at Ellis Park, and that type of race here might be good enough to win.
Yeah, certainly. I think that's not without the realms of possibility. I thought another one that could go on and make this a real burn up in front is the 10, Pipsy. You know, she's a filly that does like to go forward. She showed a lot of speed, potentially if you rule out the run last time, but going back earlier. Now, this is a tough race for her. She could have gone against the fillies, but she's a horse that they want to give this opportunity to. But as I said, if she can show that early speed that she has done earlier on in the year, she could be up there for a bit of the pace angle too.
Now, another horse that came out of the Franklin Simpson last year, along with the favorite Howard Wolowitz, was Bear River. Bear River is a different horse this year, in my opinion. His win last out was definitely kind of a breakthrough race of late. The question is whether he can duplicate it at this distance, 3/4 of a mile, against this caliber of field. But he will be in the mix early, I believe.
Yeah, look, again, I like the younger sort of improving types in this race. You've got another 4-year-old, a bit like Howard Wolowitz, who's coming into his prime. I thought he was well beaten by by Howard Wolowitz at this track last year in the Frank Simpson, but he too, I think, has improved. He's brought along a new sort of aspect to his profile. He's the Kentucky Downs Preview Turf Sprint winner, and I wouldn't think that the price isn't really turning me off just having a look at him too. He's come out, he's a big horse, and I'd imagine being a 4-year-old now and looking at his frame, maybe he's needed a bit of time to just fill into himself. That would be a big aspect to how and why he's probably showing more improved form now compared to what he did last year. But do like how he's sort of walking around, and actually compared to the fillies in our last race, who were really G'd up to get on with it. These are relaxed horses. I'd imagine when they get on the track, they know their job, but they're all doing very well in the circumstances.
I wonder if it's the age, because many of these are more mature horses. You've got 6-year-olds and 7-year-olds, yet Howard Wolowitz is kind of the baby or the youngster of the group at the age of 4, least experienced as well, and yet carrying the most weight as the 8-5 favorite currently. And yes, a very good-looking group. There's not one horse that's really standing out to my mind, although I will say that the 4 Arzak really makes a nice impression. He's a 7-year-old, but he carries nice flash. He always looks proud of himself. I don't think he had his best day at Ellis last out, and isn't a horse that I originally was gravitating toward, but based on what I'm seeing from the paddock, I have to give that a second thought.
Yeah, and you just have to look at the form behind A.G. Bullet and just fourth behind that horse in the Jaipur to show that that was a good level. I do think, you know, you have to think you've got to raise the game again. Coming out of that stall in 4 shouldn't be too much of a bad thing. It just will be interesting if it does become too much of a pace burn up for those that will come home late. Cardem is that type. He is the one that did just that last year. So that will be just the way that this race develops for me is going to be fascinating. And the pace in general has held up quite well today.
You mentioned Cardem being a horse that can get a little worked up. Does the fact that he hasn't done that so far concern you, or do you feel that that's a plus?
I wouldn't think it's concerning me. I just think that he could be one, especially when Frankie gets on board, if he's just going to kind of wake up a little bit. That might just be another sign. But, you know, he's probably quite wise to what he's doing now. He's probably enjoying his surroundings.
As they get ready to be united with their jockeys and head out to the track, I'm going 2, 6, 11, 10 here, although I will say the 4 gets some high marks as far as appearances in the paddock are concerned. How do you view this race?
This afternoon's ninth race is the Mint Kentucky Turf Sprint of Grade 2 status with a $2 million purse. 6 furlongs the distance. There is 50-cent pick 4 wagering. Post Parade is led by number 1, Implementation, owned by Ken Ramsey, trained by Safi Joseph Jr. and ridden by Manny Franco. Number 2, Howard Wallowitz, is owned by Gold Square LLC, trained by Jose D'Angelo, ridden by Irad Ortiz Jr. Scratch number 3, One Timer. 4 is Arzak for Sonata Stable. Michael Trombetta is the trainer. Luis Saez has the riding assignment. Number 5, Bear River, owned by Charles Marquis, trained by Keith DeSormo and ridden by James Graham. 6, Cardem, owned by Mrs. Fitriani Hay, trained by Charlie Hills and ridden by Frankie Dettori. 7, Arrest Me Red, in the colours of Lale Stables. Wesley Ward trains, Junior Alvarado rides. Number 8, Air Force Red, is owned jointly by Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners and Holly Golightly. Leonard Powell is the trainer. Jose Ortiz is entrusted with the mount. 9 is Durante, owned and trained by David Jacobson. Jaime Torres is aloft. Number 10 is Pipsy. For Woodford Thoroughbreds, Will Walden trains. Joel Rosario is the pilot. 11, No Balls, is owned by Patricia's Hope LLC, conditioned by Larry Rivelli, guided by Tyler Gaffalione. 12 is Charcoal, trained by Tracy Weissner for Ron Dowdy. Axel Concepcion is astride. And number 13 is Axtelm, owned by Edward Seltzer, Beverly Anderson, Michael Ivarone and Jules Ivarone. Trained by Safi Joseph Jr., Brian Hernandez picks up the mount. Brian Hernandez on number 13, Axtelm, scratch 14 and 15. Approaching the gate. Moving into line. Implementation is in the gate with Air Force Red and Howard Wolowitz. Arzak moves in. Durante is the next. Here comes Pipsy. No bowls. Cardem, runner-up in this race last year as an 8-year-old, has another crack as a 9-year-old in 2025. Charcoal, one of the last in, with Arrest Me Red. Oxtelm, third at 30-1 last year. Draws in off the also eligible list and is the last to load. Set. Racing. Bear River springs out in a hurry. Howard Wolowitz and Pipsy away sharply. And up wider on the track, No Bowls, together with Charcoal as they race through the first furlong and thunder down towards the half-mile pole. It's Bear River setting the pace 3/4 of a length from the lone filly Pipsy, followed by No Bowls, and next Howard Wolowitz fourth on the inside, followed deeper on the course by Charcoal. Cardem splits horses 5 lengths off the lead. Then comes Arzak in a midfield position. Arrest Me Red alongside him when they draw to the top of the stretch. Less than 3/8 of a mile to go. Implementation and Durante are well back in the field. Air Force Red has become detached from the bulk of the field. He's right back at the tail as they come for home past the quarter pole, where Pipsy's running a giant race on the outside, looming to a narrow lead from Bear River. Cardem is joining in, and No Bowls is battling away between horses, and Howard Wolowitz on the inside is in desperate need of room. Bear River clings to the lead. Now the split comes for Howard Wolowitz, but it's too late. Bear River, the bird had flown, and Bear River beats an unlucky Howard Wolowitz. Thirds either Arrest Me Red or Cardem. Number 5, Bear River is the unofficial winner. Number 2, Howard Wallowitz, second. 6, Cardem has finished third. And 7, Arrest Me Red was fourth. The time, 1:06.91 seconds. The Mint Kentucky Turf Sprint goes to Bear River. A 4-year-old chestnut ridgeling by Flame Away from the Midshipman Dam, 65 North. Owned by Charles Marquis, trained by Keith DeSormo and ridden by James Graham. The result is officially 5-2-6-7, placings official. Congratulations again to the connections of Bear River, scoring the Grade 2 victory in the $2 million The Mint Kentucky Turf Sprint. Up next, the $3.5 million Grade 3 DK Horse Nashville Derby Invitational, opening the final pick 3 on the program. Scratch the also eligibles, 13 and 14. 45 minutes to post time.
There's no doubt that Kentucky breds, are number one. It's a great program, bottom line. I think it's the best in the country by far.
Horse raised in Kentucky is an advantage.
You talk about the Kentucky breeding program, I think it's immeasurably the best.
They've got the best mares and the best stallions there in the state.
The great ground they're raised on here in central Kentucky, it seems to be the best.
The purses that the Kentucky breds are now running for matches how dominant they are.
Experience it all in one place at the Mint Gaming Hall, Kentucky Downs. Enjoy a night out and exquisite dining at Iron Steakhouse. Sip crafted cocktails while enjoying live music at Midnight Bourbon. Keep the fun going with the latest games and live entertainment, or make it a sleepover and stay at our all-suite hotel. Looking to host an event? Check out our versatile spaces, all just 30 minutes from downtown Nashville. The Mint Gaming Hall, Kentucky Downs.
Winning just got closer.
With just 19 minutes to go, we are up to the big one, the DK horse, Nashville Derby Invitational, a grade 3 at 1 mile and 5/16 with a purse of $3.5 million and an all-star lineup, including some grade 1 winners, some European intrigue, and some horses who are Kentucky Derby alumni. We have 4 horses who competed in the Kentucky Derby, a couple of them making their turf debut. Start with the favorite here toward the outside at 7-2, the 12, Wimbledon Hawkeye, invading from Great Britain, first time in the United States, stalking style, getting the lion's share of support, but again, lukewarm favorite as the 8, Sandman, very popular horse and a competitor in the Derby, third in the Preakness Stakes, is taking some money as well at 7-2. The 12, Jess, Wimbledon Hawkeye, you have a lot of experience with. You got to see him in the mornings. What are you seeing from him now, and what are the expectations?
Yeah, well, it's great to have him in amongst this quality lineup here for this Nashville Derby, and this horse deserves his place. He's a horse that's achieved a lot so far in the UK, and I was really delighted to hear from his connections how well he's travelled over. He's a relaxed type. He does have that red hood on that you would have noticed the European horse Cardem had in the previous race, and that just keeps him relaxed. But this horse, Caton, was a Royal Lodge winner as a 2-year-old. He was tried in a classic in the UK earlier on the year in the 2000 Guineas, but coming up in distances help. He has been well held in Group 1 company, but his most recent effort at Goodwood, a very good second. He just missed out to a high horse in Merchant, who looks likely to try his own hand in the Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe. Is very good quality form, and going back earlier in the season, he ran 3rd in the Dante Stakes. That's a prep into the Derby at Epsom. That race has worked out exceptionally well. I just think in all, his form is solid, and we know how well our turf horses can vie up when they come over to the UK. So I'm hopeful that Wimbledon Hawkeye, considering how well he's taken to his new surroundings, he can show out his best. He's got 12, which could be an interesting post for him, Caton. How do you see this race panning out for him from there?
I actually think that at this distance, with this particular group of horses, post position isn't going to be as much of a factor as pace might be. It'll be interesting to see where the pace comes from. We got a quick look at your top selection, the 2 Test Score. Now we're looking at Tomasello, who I think could be a part of the early pace, coming off a win where he was close up at 1 mile and 1/8 in the preview for the Dueling Grounds Derby over at Ellis Park off the layoff. He won quite easily that day, steps up to face tougher company, but Test Score, to my mind, is the most proven of the U.S. competitors on the turf. The question here would be the distance, as the most he's run is 1 mile and 3/16. But 3rd start off the layoff for Graham Motion and exiting top company in the Saratoga Derby Invitational, he certainly warrants consideration.
Yeah, I have a lot of respect for this horse, a 3-time turf winner, including the winner of that Belmont Derby, second to Zulu Kingdom. I think that has to be the strongest form on offer. Is he the best 3-year-old on turf this year? Well, this race is going to prove that or not. I thought the close-up 3rd in the Saratoga Derby has to give him leading claims here. Yes, the step up in distance is a question mark. On pedigree, Caton, I thought it should be okay. I thought it could bring out a little bit more for him, and I just think, at least compared to some of the others, we know what he can do on turf, but there are a lot of horses coming from a very high level of dirt races into turf for the first time, and we just don't know what they could do. And I think that makes this race so intriguing, a bigger, better race than it ever has been, and we're lucky to have such good quality horses in this lineup.
Let's talk about the 5 Burnham Square, another one of the Derby alums who competed very well on the dirt. Earlier in the season, he was considered a top Derby prospect, but his pedigree has always been one that I thought would transition nicely to the turf. He's by Liam's Map, a son of Unbridled Song. He does his best running on the dirt from off the pace. Do you think he could sit a little closer? Do you think he could improve on this surface?
Yeah, I just like his attitude, number 5 Burnham Square. He's just gutsy. He always wants it, and I don't think it suited him last time with the slow pace in the Matt Wynn Haskell. This is obviously a bit of a big roll of the dice. They've maybe not going to qualify for the Breeders' Cup Classic. They feel like this is a good option for him here, and I do like just the way that he's always there. But as you mentioned, how will they ride him? Where will that take him? I'm not too sure. I think they're going to have to. It's going to be interesting early on how hard they go.
He will be a little up against it, perhaps, if he has to come from too far off the pace. It's worth noting that the earlier marathon race was won by a horse who rallied. It certainly was well meant for the distance and the course itself. But it can be done. Just doesn't seem like there is a tremendous amount of pace. Maybe Tomasello, some of the others will change it up a little bit with the added distance here to provide the pace necessary for some, like a Burnham Square, to come from off the pace. We're looking at Simulate, one of the least experienced in the field, but a good second over at Colonial in the 1 mile Secretariat Stakes. Now, he's the son of Kitten's Joy out of a Warfront mare. I think he's another that could appreciate the distance and may find himself a little closer with more ground to work with.
Yeah, Bill Mott, I have so much respect for what he can do. This horse is pretty unexposed. He has only been kept to the turf, and the turf form is strong. The second last time was good. The trainer-jockey combination is very strong. I just think that he could be the improver. Is he the dark horse of the field? I think he could be played. We know what he can do. Again, the distance is an unknown, and that would be something that would have to see him improve on. But he definitely is a horse that has that kind of sort of joker in the pack kind of resume.
We just saw a glimpse of Sandman, of course, a very popular horse who went through the Triple Crown Trail. He's currently on the board at 4-1, getting a lot of play as the blinkers come off. He makes his second start off of freshening after running in the Jim Dandy and tries the turf for the first time. What are you seeing from him down in the paddock? He can be a little bit of an energetic type at times.
Yeah, there's a lot of people, as you can imagine, in the paddock, most of them probably there to see Sandman, and he has been relaxed from when he came in. He's now currently being saddled. He has seemed to be taking the atmosphere pretty well, and I'd imagine that's going to be a big benefit. I'll be intrigued to see him when he does come out after he has been saddled. But yeah, it's interesting to see him with the blinkers off. We noticed that a little bit earlier, Caton. I wonder what that means in terms of his running style for this. Just wasn't sure necessarily how he would take to the turf, but the pedigree suggests that it could be done. The sire is a type that can do it, and he looked to have the world at his feet earlier on in the season. He's one of those class horses that, with him and Hill Road, I believe that form from last time, that's the best form that you have on offer in this race. So I'd have him as one that you have to play, but his price is showing that they're confident that he can transfer his good form here onto the turf.
The 11 Final Gambit, currently at 6-1, was one that I thought was just custom suited for this distance, but I'm a little concerned about the way this course lends itself more to horses who have a bit more turn of foot. He is a really striking horse by not this time, beautifully bred for this test, and comes off a race in the mile and 3/16 Saratoga Derby. Just very steady sort. I would not be shocked to see him jump up and run a big race here, but I do think he is a little up against it from a style standpoint.
Yeah, again, when he ran so well in the Kentucky Derby, I thought this horse was another one like Sandman, had the world at his feet, and just seeing him come out now, he's quite a big type. He looks ready for it. He's a horse that I thought has just slightly disappointed me since that Derby run, but he is, as we know, the turf form has been enough for them to guide them in here. It was a good run, if not a brilliant run in the Belmont Derby. He's just a type that's looking like he's ready for action. He wants to get going now. Just a bigger sort, so I'm wondering how this track will play for him.
I'm going to add Tistastic to my top 4 as he's unbeaten on the Kentucky Downs turf, albeit against much easier company. A lot of tests today, including the distance for the son of Tiz the Law, but Tiz the Law is the son of Constitution. And throughout his last race in the Saratoga Derby, he did not have a good start at all. I think he'll fare much better today here for Steve Asmussen. See if he can keep his record going as the call for riders up. takes place. Jess is on the 2-1-5-12 with test score. Her top pick at 7-2. I'm going 12-7-11. Wimbledon Hawkeye coming in for the United States with Frankie Dettori, the 7-2 favorite. A fantastic race edition of the $3.5 million DK Horse National Derby Invitational. Best of luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, the horses are moving onto the track for the Grade 3, $3.5 million DK Horse Nashville Derby Invitational. 3-year-olds competing at 1 mile and 5/16 on this afternoon's firm turf course. This race, due in 8 minutes, opens the final 50-cent pick 3 on the program. Number 1 is Hill Road, owned by AMO Racing USA, trained by Chad Brown and ridden by Tyler Gaffalione. Number 2, Test Score, represents Ammerman Racing Stables. Graham Motion is the trainer. Manny Franco is up. 3, King of Ashes for Trade Winds Farm, is trained by Brendan Walsh, accompanied by Ben Curtis. Number 4, Tomasello, is owned by Iron Horse Racing Stable and TNT Equine Holdings. Mark Cassie is the trainer. Fernando de la Cruz is aboard. 5, Burnham Square, is owned by Witham Thoroughbreds, conditioned by Ian Wilkes and ridden by Brian Hernandez Jr. 6, Simulate, is owned by Claiborne Farm and Adele Dilschneider. Bill Mott applies the polish. Junior Alvarado does the steering. 7, Tis-tastic, is raced by Winchell Thoroughbreds, Mrs. John Magnier, Michael Tabor and Derek Smith. Steve Asmussen trains, Joel Rosario rides. 8, Sandman, is owned by DJ Stable, St. Elias Stable, West Point Thoroughbreds and CG Stables. Mark Cassie is the trainer. Jose Ortiz has been engaged. 9, Noble Confessor, is owned outright by St. Elias Stable. Todd Pletcher is the trainer. Irad Ortiz Jr. is the rider. 10, Maximum Promise, is owned by Shamrock Stables and Magdalena Racing, trained by Kenny McPeak, ridden by Luis Saez. Number 11 is Final Gambit in the Judmont Silks, worn by Florent Giroux. Brad Cox is the trainer. And number 12 is Wimbledon Hawkeye, raced by the Gredley family, trained by James Owen, piloted by Frankie Dettori. Scratch the also eligibles, numbers 13 and 14. The DK Horse Nashville Derby Invitational is upcoming. The field is approaching the gate. 1 minute to post. They're about to move into line. Tistastic leads the way into the gate, joined by Hill Road. Test score comes up with Sandman. Noble Confessor and King of Ashes. Half the field is in. Tomasello ready with Maximum Promise and Burnham Square. Here comes Simulate, followed by Final Gambit. Wimbledon Hawkeye will complete the line. The DK horse Nashville Derby is about to be contested for a $3.5 million purse at 1 mile and 5/16 at Kentucky Downs. They're all in. About to break. Racing. And Tomasello begins sharply together with King of Ashes and Tescore near the inside. From wide out, Noble Confessor is working his way into a prominent position, but around the first bend, it's King of Ashes, newly blinkered, going to the lead over Tomasello, and they kick 2.5 clear from Noble Confessor and Test Score. Wimbledon Hawkeye and Simulate side by side, heading onto the back stretch. Burnham Square to their inside. So Wimbledon Hawkeye's planted 3 deep at the mile pole. Sandman is next. He's followed by Maximum Promise, Hill Road, Tistastic, and 4 lengths off to Final Gambit last of all as they begin the ascent. They climb the hill towards the 7/8 pole. King of Ashes bowling along by 2.5 lengths. Tomasello perched second. Another 2 lengths away comes Test Score on the inside of Noble Confessor. They're followed by Wimbledon Hawkeye and Burnham Square. Simulates next in the field, about 7 lengths off the speed. Hill Road's in the second half of the field together with Tistastic and Sandman as they make the descent into the far turn and swing around towards the half-mile pole. And King of Ashes shows the way in the Nashville Derby by 1.5 lengths to Tomasello and 3 lengths off third in the race, Noble Confessor, followed by Test Score and Wimbledon Hawkeye. Maximum Promise has 8 lengths to make up. He's 3 wide. Burnham Square has the red colours towards the inside, followed deep on the course by Sandman. Simulate between runners. Hill Road's a long way back. Final Gambit's moved past only 1 horse, that being Tistastic. Final Gambit's still about 10 lengths off the lead and swinging extremely deep as the 3-year-olds face the judges with $3.5 million staring them in the face. Past the quarter pole, the whip's out on King of Ashes. He's being claimed quickly by Wimbledon Hawkeye with a sharp turn of foot. Wimbledon Hawkeye storms into the lead, pursued by Burnham Square. Final Gambit with a belated bid down the outside. Wimbledon Hawkeye joined by Burnham Square. Burnham Square, Wimbledon Hawkeye, stride for stride in the Nashville Derby. Wimbledon Hawkeye kicking strongly. Photo, it's close. Wimbledon Hawkeye looks to have won it by a nose to Burnham Square. 3-way go for third. Hill Road, Test Score and Final Gambit. Well, the Hawkeye at Wimbledon has a 3mm margin of error, and there's not much more than 3mm in the finish of the Nashville Derby. Photo finish. The winner, 12, Wimbledon Hawkeye. Second, 5, Burnham Square. Third is 1, Hill Road. And fourth was number 2, Test Score. Unofficial placings, 12, 5, 1, and 2. The time, 2 minutes, 3.74 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome back the winner of the Grade 3, $3.5 million DK Horse Nashville Derby Invitational. It's Wimbledon Hawkeye in his United States debut, showing tremendous gameness beneath Frankie Dettori to eke out the narrowest of wins in a thrilling stretch duel. Wimbledon Hawkeye, a bay culled by Kamiko from the See the Stars Dam Eva Maria, trained by James Owen for the Gradley family. Wimbledon Hawkeye was bred in Great Britain by Stetchworth and Middle Park Studs. Ladies and gentlemen, the trophy presentation for the Nashville Derby will be made by Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear. Once again, Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear with the trophy presentation following the DK Horse Nashville Derby Invitational. The result is official. Placings officially 12, 5, 1, 2. The graded stakes action continues, ladies and gentlemen, with the upcoming Ladies Turf for $2 million, Grade 3, sponsored by Resolute Racing. Post time in 27 minutes. Scratch number 8, Landed. The 11th opens the final double on the card.
It all comes down to this.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
The moment that defines the year, when the world's most influential buyers gather, and every decision, every bid, every opportunity shapes the future. At a marketplace that brings the thoroughbred world together, and where futures are forged, because every moment matters. At the World's Yearling Sale, Keeneland, September.
Experience it all in one place at the Mint Gaming Hall, Kentucky Downs. Enjoy a night out and exquisite dining at Iron Steakhouse. Sip crafted cocktails while enjoying live music at Midnight Bourbon. Keep the fun going with the latest games and live entertainment, or make it a sleepover and stay at our all-suite hotel. Looking to host an event? Check out our versatile spaces, all just 30 minutes from downtown Nashville. The Mint Gaming Hall, Kentucky Downs.
Winning just got closer.
How about that for a finish? Wimbledon Hawkeye takes the Nashville Derby. Frankie Dettori takes his legendary leap. Congratulations to all the connections, James Owen trainer, and a good day for the invaders from out of the country as Wimbledon Hawkeye represents Great Britain with great aplomb. We move to the ladies' turf. The Resolute Racing ladies' turf is a grade 3 at a mile on the grass, and this one, to me, had an abundance of early speed. The 9-5 favorite is the 2 Special One, who can sit that stalking trip, but several horses we could dive in and talk about. Special One, I thought, needs to up her game a little bit, although her last at Saratoga could be blamed on a yielding turf course. So, Jess, your thoughts about Special One?
Yeah, you've got to have a lot of respect for Special One. I think well named, as her connections would believe, and she really lit up Kentucky Downs last year in an allowance race. She was third in a grade 1 last time out behind Dynamic Pricing and Excellent Truth, who has done well since this. And this is a bit of a grade down since then. So Special One looks like she's got a nice little opportunity to add to her successes. But you rightly pointed out the very good day it's been for the Europeans, and there are 2 European runners in this race. You've got Cheshire Dancer being one of them over from the UK for Hugo Palmer. You've also got Lady Eels as well over from Germany. So they've got 2 European contenders trying to add to what's already been a brilliant day. But this looks a strong race, and as you say, fast pace is going to make this very interesting. The likes of In Our Time, Kate, I imagine will be right up there, as will my selection, number 9, Charlene's Dream.
Yeah, Charlene's Dream at 6-1 currently is a horse that, if she gets clear, is going to be tough to be reckoned with. I think the speed and a nice draw in post position 9. She's won 6 of 11 starts, 4 for 7 on the grass. Comes off a win at Colonial last out in the Beverly D, which was a decent enough group. I think this is just as tough today. The question for me is her going from the mile and 3/16 back to the mile distance. All her best efforts of late have been at longer distances, so it kind of could dull her speed just a little bit, but that said, you can't overlook her record.
Yeah, she's having a super season. You've said it all, and I wonder, can she hold them all at bay here? She could go and control the race, but yeah, the comeback and trip is interesting, but I'd imagine she just might have that class edge. Her odds are, though, slightly alarming. I would have thought that she was going to be coming in for a bit of interest, but I suppose there's a lot of support for Special One. She's the one that most are looking for, and not a huge amount of tough experience so far in America, but her back form back home, back when she was in Europe, is very solid too. So it seems that this horse is just flourishing now as a 5-year-old. Another one to get better as she's getting older. As I had a look behind me, in number 1, In Our Time, just getting a little bit worked out as she goes around the paddock. She's just having a think about things. She just got a little bit spooked, but hopefully she will settle down. She's another type that will be going forward, and she looks ready to go, but she's just getting a little bit worked up as the others will join her. So let's hope that she can settle as this race has more participants now ready and saddled.
Question, I want to circle back to Cheshire Dancer, who we're getting a good look at now as she is being saddled. She comes into the United States off a win in Group 3 competition on good ground. How would you say the ground that she's been running over compares to what appears to be a pretty glib, pretty firm turf course here?
Yeah, it was firm at Ascot. It's been a very fast summer, especially in the earlier part of the summertime over in England, and that was fast ground at Ascot when she won on it. She's pretty versatile, but it seems like she has performed with credit on fast ground. They're the type of team that love to travel, and what's quite important when you look back through her form, if you don't know some of the UK tracks that she's ran on. She's won at Beverly, she's second at Pontefract. Those are kind of tracks that wouldn't be too dissimilar to the undulations and the nature of the track that we have here. So that's a positive. Obviously she's never raced over in America, but she has had experience on similar kind of turf tracks, which would be a benefit. Obviously Ascot, a big, more galloping style type of track. She has been a horse that has been left late, and she she comes with a bit of a turn of foot. Last time out was definitely a career best for her, Caton, and I think she was given the opportunity to now travel and go and pick up big prizes, obviously add to her resume, get more black type, and for a team that know and enjoy traveling, and she will be a horse that will want there to be a bit of a pace collapse up in front.
She certainly seems to be the type that will appreciate the mile here and the way it plays. She's been very effective at the mile distance at home, and I think with a little bit more ground to work with, it wouldn't be a bad thing, but especially given her style, she does need that pace. It looks like she might get it here from several speed type horses. The 10 horse is Pinup Betty. This is one that I put on top. She might be up against it as well with her style, similar to the filly we were just speaking of, but I do like her last two races. I thought she was by far and away the leader of the division, the best that we saw at Churchill Downs this spring. She got a freshening, I would believe, to be in part to point for this race today. She has a habit of earlier in her career coming close without winning. And she also, I thought, was a little bit more headstrong earlier in her career. Of course, that was at longer distances. At the mile, I don't think she'll see any part of the early flight of horses, but she has been able to win. If you look at her race at Churchill in the Distaff Turf Mile over Derby weekend, she lost by a heartbreaking neck and was pretty tactical and pretty close up at a fairly early stage in the race. So she can come up with that type of a race. I think she could be a serious factor in here.
Yeah, she's a horse that seems to be very much at home at Churchill Downs, isn't she? She seems to come alive there and is, again, having a very good season. And I've noticed horses that are just improving and their kind of profile being improving types and sort of coming into their own. And she definitely fills that kind of criteria, I should say. We should notice and not forget the other European runner, horse number 6, Lady Eels. This is a German 1,000 guineas winner, Caton, and she ran with plenty of credit behind Cinderella's Dream in a Group 1 at Newmarket last time. She was a big price that day, but I don't think she did herself anything other than a lot of favours in the way that she ran. She's also the type, a bit like Cheshire Dancer, that will be played late. I don't think she should be completely overlooked at all. She's the pride of the connections, and she's a type that has earned her place here, albeit the races that she has won on and probably the ground she's had when she's been at her best has probably had a bit more soft in the going.
She really makes a nice impression. She has a good energy level, very much on her toes, which I like to see, but carrying nice flesh. The last two horses that you and I used come out of the same race. I used the 5 Suggesta, you used the 7 Sacred Wish. Sacred Wish got the better of Suggesta last time around. Suggesta got the better of Sacred Wish, but there was just a neck separating them at the finish. I look for a big effort from Suggesta, although that course she won over was quirky. I think the shortening up to a mile will suit her.
Yeah, look, 7 Sacred Wish, who I can see, as you say, my last pick. The form ties in with the majority of these, including Pinup Betty and moving on up. It got a sort of mid-pack style. Second in this race last year. I just could not have Sacred Wish within my selections just because of how consistent she is. She's a type that always turns up. She's able to win and show her gameness, and she's very good at this distance. So 7 Sacred Wish, who I can see in front of me, is looking great in her skin, but they all do. A big thumbs up for all of them, Caton. They're a good-looking bunch for our final stakes race today.
As well as it should be, as the purse $2 million is going to attract the best of the best for the Resolute Racing Ladies Turf. Your favorite special one, currently 9 to 5.
This afternoon's 11th race is the Grade 3 $2 million Resolute Racing Ladies Turf. Fillies and mares 3 and up. 1 mile is their journey. Number 1, In Our Time, is owned by the race sponsor Resolute Racing in partnership with Miller Racing. She's trained by Safi Joseph Jr. and ridden by Tyler Gaffalione. Number 2, Special One, owned by Team Valor International and Steve Rocco, trained by Brendan Walsh and ridden by Joel Rosario. 3 is Cheshire Dancer, owned by Manor House Stable Syndicate, prepared by Hugo Palmer, accompanied by Frankie Dettori. Number 4, Neon Beach, is owned jointly by trainer Steve Asmussen and Bloom Racing Stable. Eric Asmussen has the riding assignment. Number 5, Suggesta, for Juddmonte, is trained by Chad Brown, ridden by Irado Tees Jr. 6, Lady Ilsa, owned by Westminster Stud, trained by Andreas Vola, ridden by Audrey de Vries. Sacred Wish carries the number 7 saddlecloth beneath Manny Franco. George Weaver is the trainer for the ownership group of black-type thoroughbreds, Swinbank Stables, Steve Adkison, Christopher Dunn, and Anthony Spinazzola. Scratch number 8, Landed. 9 is Charlene's Dream, owned by D'Amico Taylor and Steve Moja, conditioned by Ed Moja Jr. Javier Castellano is entrusted with the mount. 10, Pin Up Betty, owned by 3 Diamonds Farm, trained by Mike Maker and ridden by Luis Sayers. 11, Moving On Up, is owned by Ken Ramsey, prepared by Safi Joseph Jr. Jose Ortiz occupies the saddle. The 11th race opens the final double of the day. field is arriving behind the gate. The best turned out for this race is Lady Ilsa, number 6. Congratulations to Michaela, the groom of number 6, Lady Ilsa, who wins the best turned out award as the field is beginning to load. In our time coming up, Lady Ilsa moving in, preceding in our time into the gate. Now the rail runner has come forward. Next couple, Sacred Wish and Special One. Charlene's Dream, Cheshire Dancer, followed by Neon Beach. Pin-Up Betty coming forward. Suggesta has moved in, moving on up to complete the line. The Grade 3 Kentucky Downs Ladies Turf Stakes at 1 mile. Racing. Lady Ilsa slow to move. No pace out of Cheshire Dancer or Pin-Up Betty. Meantime, in our time, pings out of gate 1 and will set the early fractions a couple of lengths in front of Charlene's Dream. Special One, Suggesta, followed round the outside by Moving On Up as they top the hill with 6.5 furlongs left to go. Cheshire Dancer is improving rapidly after a tardy dispatch. Dettori has her up into midfield position on the inside, but it's in our time, cutting out the fractions by a length and a quarter, approaching the 5/8 pole. Charlene's Dream striding into a clear second. Moving on up, has moved up into third position. Suggesta travels fourth, followed by Special One, drifting 6 lengths off the pace mid-race. Pin-Up Betty on a 3-wide course as they draw towards the 3/8 pole. Cheshire Dancer, Neon Beach well back with Sacred Wish, and on the inside, Lady Ilsa is the tail ender. They come past the 3/8 towards the 5/16, top of the stretch, and the leader in our time. It's in our time clear from Charlene's Dream. Suggesta the inside, and then comes Moving On Up in the red cap, white sleeves. A bit further back, Special One, trying to thread through. Now easing to the outside and staking her claim in the green with red cap. She's coming boldly after In Our Time. In Our Time, bracing for the challenge of Special One. Special One, In Our Time. It's Special One, In Our Time, and also going with them on the inside is Suggesta, but Special One has eked out the victory over Suggesta with Cheshire Dancer in a photo for third, along with In Our Time. The winner, number 2, Special One, is the unofficial winner, defeating number 5, Suggesta. 1/3 in our time. 4th was 3, Cheshire Dancer. 2:5:13 unofficially. The time 1:31.74. Special One won her United States debut at Kentucky Downs last year in Allowance Company. She is now a Kentucky Downs graded stakes winner, having captured the Resolute Racing Ladies Turf for Team Valor International and Stephen Rocco. Brendan Walsh trains this 5-year-old bay daughter of Bellardo and the Frozen Power Dam Fast Jazz. Joel Rosario is the winning rider. The result is official. Congratulations again to the connections of Special One, taking out the $2 million Resolute Racing Ladies Turf. One race left for decision. 50-cent super high 5 wagering is on the menu. For race number 12, the rider of number 4, Drop Shot, Irad Ortiz. And the rider of number 12, Chester Good, Ron Hisby. Corrected weight 119. Scratch numbers 10, 14, 15 and 16.
It all comes down to this.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
The moment that defines the year, when the world's most influential buyers gather, and every decision, every bid, every opportunity shapes the future. At a marketplace that brings the thoroughbred world together, and where futures are forged, because every moment matters. At the World's Yearling Sale, Keeneland, September.
Experience it all in one place at the Mint Gaming Hall, Kentucky Downs. Enjoy a night out and exquisite dining at Iron Steakhouse. Sip crafted cocktails while enjoying live music at Midnight Bourbon. Keep the fun going with the latest games and live entertainment, or make it a sleepover and stay at our all-suite hotel. Looking to host an event? Check out our versatile spaces, all just 30 minutes from downtown Nashville. The Mint Gaming Hall, Kentucky Downs.
Just got closer.
From humble beginnings to royal accolades, the never say die spirit lives in us all. Never Say Die Bourbon.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be advised that the bars will be closing shortly. With just over 15 minutes to the final race of the day, please be aware that the bars are closing soon.
Well, quite a performance, quite a ride from Joel Rosario, who picked the exact perfect time to kick out into the clear, and that well-timed move pays off for Special One and the Brendan Walsh Barn in the 32nd running of the Resolute Racing Ladies Turf. Last one of the day, Jess, is never easy, but in this case, with maiden 2-year-olds, even more so, at 3/4 of a mile. You could go any number of places right now, but the 7-2 favorite is the 3 Mayweather, and that is a horse that you liked quite a bit.
I do, but I have to say this is fiercely hard way to end out the day, but look at what a wonderful day we've had. If we can end with a winner, that will be excellent. And 3 Mayweather, I just thought potentially this horse had the best form. Yes, it's on the dirt, but that form potentially could be good enough if he can go and transfer it onto the turf at this early stage of his career. Just looking at Practical Joke, maybe not the stallion you'd want as you switch over, but from a great yard. And as I said, I like the Ellis Park runs. What did you make of them?
And he has, in fairness, he had, I think, more dirt when I think Practical Joke, but he's had a winner on today's program. He's a son of Into Mischief, who's one of the top sires as far as any surface for that matter. But I looked at Mayweather. I wasn't convinced. I thought he kind of ran evenly versus having that turn of foot that would put him into the race early. That said, the blinkers go on, so that could make a big difference for the 3 Mayweather, and he certainly has handled everything very gracefully and looks super down below. The horse I went to on top is the 4. Right now getting a little support 5-1. Irad Ortiz picks up this mount with the 13 drawing in and ridden by Jose Ortiz. Drop Shot is a half-brother to Navratilova. He's out of the mare Center Court, who again was a very, very nice race filly. Essential Quality is a very young sire, so the verdict is out as to what his offspring will do best. He made his mark on the dirt, of course, but he does have a stamina influence that I think is really important here at Kentucky Downs. I expect his offspring to run very well on the grass. I like his workout pattern. It's not ultra fast, but it's been very steady. It looks like he's got a great foundation. Rusty Arnold is one of those trainers on the list that you always look to as pointing, having a lot of horses that are well suited and doing very well here.
Yeah, certainly. I couldn't agree with you more. I think I have so much respect for him and what he can do, and if he's going to bring a horse to Kentucky Downs for a maiden, I think they're going to be ready for it. I'd imagine that he will also come forward and just a little bit on his toes coming around. It looks, from what we can see, a good looking bunch, but he's just maybe showing slight signs of greenness first day at school type of vibe.
That's definitely the case with several of them. I think it could be a case of one starts and the others get into the act. Several horses, including the 13, giving the Connections a hard time, but I do like how Drop Shot is put together. He's kind of a nicely balanced horse. He looks fit for his debut. He's going to be the top choice for me. We both used the 8, Secret Marriage, a second-time starter by City of Light. I thought his debut was fine. He stalked the pace. He might have gotten a little tired at high odds, but he really should improve here for Vicky Oliver, whose horses tend to improve with experience.
Yeah, exactly. I thought the same. I thought we're in a race where we don't have a huge amount of form on offer. I thought this was good enough. Ellis Park has been quite a good feeder for this track. Don't mind that at all. I thought that looked like quite a good quality 2-year-old race, a son, I should say, of City of Light, and I'd like to hope that this horse can come forward from that.
Now the 7 Wexford 1 is another that I was taking a good look at. He's for Mike Maker, who's 11% with first-time starters, by Munnings out of a Constitution mare, like the pedigree very much. He has been training over at Turfway Park. We've seen several winners, couple winners, one today that did all their prep work at Turfway on the synthetic. So there's a nice transition there. He's got a nice look about him, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's very chilled. I like the way he's sort of prancing around. That's a nice demeanor you would want to see for a horse first time out. He seems to be taking it all as they sort of get to the stage now where they'll be waiting for the riders up.
The 5 is one horse that you included, Cynical Humor, debuting for Wesley Ward. I will say the workout pattern is great. Obviously the connections are there. Walter Rodriguez, by the way, rides a lot for Wesley Ward, and they have hit the winner's circle more than a few times. It's really interesting because Gun Runner is by Candy Ride. Twirling Candy is by Candy Ride. Candy Ride is a great influence for any surface, for stamina, and for turf. I haven't seen as much from the Gun Runner offspring on the turf as on the dirt, but perhaps the expectations are too high because of all the amazing work the offspring have done, and very precocious types too on the dirt. But when I think of Gun Runner offspring, I take a wait-and-see approach as far as grass.
I think that's totally understandable. I thought the Tappet mare might just help that for
Absolutely.
that, and that might just give you that little bit of confidence. Look, I loved seeing Wesley have that first time out winner, should have, on opening day. I thought that was a really impressive performance. Let's see if this filly's ready for it. But I've got a lot of respect for Wesley when he brings newcomers in. I thought the times of the workouts look pretty good. This costs $180,000 as a yearling, so enough to suggest that this horse could be the type you'd imagine if you was spending that as a yearling, that they want it to be out early enough. I suppose we're kind of at the latter stage of the season now, but this one probably might just have needed that little bit of extra time.
See John Ennis there with the 2-time for money. Edgar Morales just getting a leg up. Of all the workers of the first-time starters, this work has probably been the sharpest. He's by Not This Time out of a Street Sense mare. Absolutely love the pedigree.
Yeah.
And the workout pattern, too, would suggest a little speed if he gets out of the gate well. It's always a big if for a youngster debuting here, particularly on the inside. He was sharp in the paddock, but not over the top. I liked what I saw from him as well, and I'm including him in my top picks for 8-7-2. In your selections?
Yes, my final selection. So I go 3-4-5-8. That's how I'm going to round out the day. I think we've got a couple in there that match up, Caton, but in general, I think 3 on top. I'm going for some of the newcomers because I'm intrigued to see how they will do. I'm hoping that the 3 will be able to show off well on the turf, but it is a bit risky. But it is one of those races where it was hard to make a final call.
Well, the public is with you at 7-2. We started formfully. We'll see if we end it that way. But in the meantime, a big thanks to all the fans for this historic day. Resolute Racing and Never Say Die Bourbon are sponsors that helped to make it possible. And, of course, all the fans that turned out to enjoy the spectacular weather. I think the biggest thanks goes to Mother Nature. We'll be back tomorrow. Another full lineup of racing excitement and splendor on the grass. In the meantime, best of luck in this last race. Enjoy it, and good night.
The field is parading for the last of 12. A 6 furlong 2-year-old maiden with 50-cent super high 5 wagering. The rider of number 4 Drop Shot, Irad Ortiz. The rider of number 12 Chester Good, Ron Hisby, at the corrected weight of 119. Scratch numbers 10, 14, 15 and 16. Ladies and gentlemen, the best turned out horse for this final race is number 12, Chester Good. Chester Good, number 12, wins the best turned out award. Approaching the gate. Coming up into line, Boonesborough and Wexford 1. Time for Money comes up to gate 2. Secret Marriage has just about moved in. Mayweather. Judicial Review set. Here comes Drop Shot. Soul Man. Cynical Humor lining up. Chester Good taking one of the outside stalls. Cynical Humor having a good look inside gate 5, but yet to be coaxed forward. Chester Good off balance in one of the outside stalls. Assistant starters linking arms around the rump of Cynical Humor, who's halfway in. They've got him all the way now, and that leaves Pupil and Like Water to complete the line. 2-year-olds in a 6-furlong maiden dash to wrap up the Saturday proceedings at Kentucky Downs. Stand by for a start. Racing. Drop Shot a little slow to go. Mayweather begins quickly. Pupil is showing great pace. Pupil's the only leader as they come down the hill. It's Pupil scampering away, setting a fast pace. He's out by 3.5 lengths, going like a scalded cat. Judicial Review goes to second. Chester Good is 3 wide, and on the inside, Boonesborough with that horse. A couple of lengths away next in the field comes Mayweather covering Time for Money. 4 lengths off to Cynical Humor, who's in the black colours about 10 or 12 from the lead. Next as they come towards the top of the stretch, and a turn for home at the 5/16 is Soul Man. He's plotting a very wide course in the Lime Silks. Wexford 1's over along the inside. Followed well back in the field by Like Water. They're past the quarter pole, and Pupil is the front runner, but now on the outside, Judicial Review claims him in a stride. Boonesborough boxing on well. Wider out then with a good run as Cynical Humor and Wexford 1 finding the line generously. They're both in hot pursuit of Judicial Review. Judicial Review holding on from Wexford 1. Judicial Review wins it over Wexford 1, Cynical Humor, and 4th and 5th are among Boonesborough, Like Water, and Drop Shot. Unofficial result, number 9, Judicial Review, beating 7, Wexford 1 and 5, Cynical Humour. Photo for 4th and 5th. 9.75 and a photo, the time 108.83. Judicial Review makes a winning debut. A dark bay or brown colt by Take Charge Indy from the Medaglia d'Oro Dam Golden Review. Bred in Kentucky by Edward Seltzer. Owned by Resolute Racing, trained by Mike Maker. Ridden by Tyler Gaffalione. 4th was number 4, Drop Shot. 5th, number 13, Like Water. The 12th race was the Richard S. Lee Memorial. The result is official. Placings officially 9, 7, 5, 4, 13. Ladies and gentlemen, that completes the details on day 2 of the 2025 race meet at Kentucky Downs. We thank you for joining us or for playing from wherever you might be situated across the country. We hope you found a few winners along the way, and we look forward to a first post tomorrow for day 3 of 12.25. 12.25 for the first of 11 tomorrow.